Now try it. It's like it muted me. Try it.
Can you guys hear me now?
Okay. Ella can hear it. Rachel can hear it.
Rachel, do you hear it pretty well? Like, is it clear? Do you hear any feedback at all?
Okay, let's try the other mics. She said that I sound better though, which is, I mean, I guess that makes sense because I'm sitting right over here. I guess maybe all the sounds being picked up over here better than that microphone. Yeah, Ella's saying I hear Liz well, but Brian not so much. I mean, again, like I don't know if the settings completely changed now that we logged out. Right, right. So now I gotta switch it's like it reset all these settings when I went to a different session of StreamYard. So now let's test this. Okay, try it now.
That's 1, 2, 3.
She said there's echo now because I changed that setting.
Rachel, can you hear me?
Okay, so now try it.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
She said, yeah, a little feedback.
Is it tolerable though?
Want to be methodical on how we're testing this. So, because I'm changing settings, but I want to make sure I know exactly which ones are good and which are not. So let me just write this stuff down so I can make sure I can replicate it. Okay, so say something now and then Rachel and Ella, let us know if this sounds good or not. She said it's not good. Okay, so this is not good. Okay, I'm going to change these settings again. Not have to do this the first time, so I don't understand what has changed, but that's okay. Yeah, well, I went live on the other StreamYard. It was just to my personal YouTube. Okay, go ahead and say something now, Brian.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Keep talking.
The school board has been perceived to need more transparent. How would you create more transparency between the board and the public? What is your view view on school choice and charter schools.
Okay, let's see if they heard that okay. She said that sounds good. So it started out where she said it had a little echo, but now it sounds good when you kept talking. So I think
So
not bad, just cut out a little for me. Ella. But then she said, I couldn't hear anything that you said. I mean, this just doesn't make any sense. Let's try something else. Okay, try it now.
legislators attempting to pass some version of a parent's bill of rights that would require teachers to share lesson plans and allow parents more control over the curriculum and books used with their children. Do you support this idea? What kind of rights do you think parents should have?
Sounds pretty clear, just a small echo. I don't know if Rachel could hear that or not.
Can you guys still hear Liz better than you can hear me?
I don't know. I don't know.
Right.
I mean, let's see if there's any other way I can test this out, because I've done 3 different variations here of the mic and speakers. I mean,
Speaker on your laptop.
yeah, I mean, I think it's just because I'm closer. It's always going to sound better over here.
Well, but it shouldn't matter. I mean, if I'm speaking the microphone, it should be going into this and then into your speakers on your computer.
Right, but I think the sound is always going to be lessened when you're working from a wireless mic, right? I don't know. There's really no, I mean, nothing got bumped. I don't think we should probably do any of that.
Let's just try this just to see.
Okay.
Hey, can you guys hear me more clear now? After changing a setting on the board?
Okay, Rachel said you sound good right now.
Does Liz still sound better? Like, is it too loud? Okay, that's good. Like by background sounds, do you mean, what's going on outside, that construction?
They sound good right now. Yeah, that sound is just more muffled coming from the microphone. It's much clearer here. And I think it's picking up noise from that PA system. That's what it was doing last year. There's only, I can't get much further from that. Yeah, there's,
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you guys all hear what I'm saying? At all? Do you guys hear an echo? All right, I'm gonna test another microphone now. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you guys hear me from this one also? All right, try another microphone. Can you guys hear me from this one too? Bueller, Bueller. I'm gonna test. Can you guys hear me from this one?
that one sounds quiet.
Sound a little quiet than the other one. Okay, thanks. All right, this is the last one. We'll go back to the other one in a second. So can you guys hear me okay on this one?
It's confusing when there's I don't know which one was muffled that Ella was saying there.
I know which one it was.
Okay, it was at that one that I thought was quiet too. Was that not one of these? Oh, I thought that was one of our mics.
Hey, is this not better? You guys said it was a little bit quieter. But I went ahead and made some adjustments to it. So I'm back at the first one we were testing. Does that sound better? Okay, so this one does sound better than it did before, is what you're saying.
Ella said it sounded the same. Rachel said it was better.
Okay. So what I think we need to do is when, at the school board, switch this mic out with one of these other ones. Because this is one of our mics, and up there is one of our mics too.
Right.
All right, I'm gonna test one more.
No.
Okay, can you hear me? Testing, 1, 2, 3. We could switch out this mic too if it's working better.
That's what I'm thinking too.
So did this one sound better than the one I was just using a second ago? Okay, let's switch these two out.
Yep. Do you think these being back here are affecting the reception?
I would doubt
Okay.
it.
No, I'm good.
Okay, how does this sound? Is this still pretty good? Okay, thanks. Okay, well, you guys come on.
Yeah, I
Washington State. I think it's a big honor that Mark would really appreciate the fact that the Columbia Board of Realtors has decided to name their forum after him, because he enjoyed debating, whether it was friends or in a more formal setting, and he enjoyed discussing issues.
I think the first interviews probably that I did with him had to do with his political buttons, and he would come in and many of us knew that we had probably thrown away some in the past, thinking that these were no longer valuable, but to Mark they were like, this is a find, and he would tell you whether it was valuable or not.
One thing I'll really miss about Mark is he and I used to talk on the phone all the time, and especially during election night, we would call each other back and forth and text each other back and forth. So it was really hard to not have him this year to be able to talk about what's going on with the elections.
You know, Mark was a citizen, and I truly admired him because he firmly believed in the goodness of government. He believed in the goodness of citizens. He encouraged people to run for office. He encouraged people to read their local newspaper, to go to meetings, to debate each other, and in a civil way. And I think that if there's one legacy, and it's that he would hope that everyone would just be involved in the community, be involved in Columbia, know your neighbors, take care of your neighborhood, take care of each other.
Mark was a tireless worker and supporter of our industry. He helped new practitioners and seasoned practitioners understand the nuances and the importance of local elections and the nuances of ordinances.
Nobody in this town knew more about zoning, about regulations, about the minutiae of city government, especially as it related to if you've got a new development, if you're doing some real estate work, if there's a plot of land here, a plot of land there. Nobody knew more about that stuff than Mark.
Mark was a great communicator, and I saw him as a planning and zoning commissioner. I saw him at neighborhood meetings. We didn't always agree on issues. We didn't always see things the same way, but Mark always treated people with respect. He was always prepared when he was making an argument for a particular development or case or issue that he was involved with.
I really enjoyed working with Mark Farnen on development proposals and our debates about zoning policy. We didn't always agree, but I respected his positions, and I think that he respected mine. And he really knew the nuts and bolts. I don't think anybody, with the possible exception of the city's planning staff, understood the details of the Unified Development Code as well as Mark did.
I think that the one thing we all learned from Mark Farnen is that it's possible to find common ground. No matter how emotional the subject may be, there's a place in the middle where we can meet. Time and time again, we saw Mark turn enemies into allies and opponents into evangelists. That was his gift. I think we're all living in a time of great hostility right now. Too many people draw a line in the sand and take their stand without ever trying to experience what it's like to walk in the other person's shoes. Mark showed us how important it was for us to have empathy, humility, and to find common ground. I think that will be Mark Farnen's legacy in our community.
So I think that there's a big gap, there's a big hole in our community that I don't know who will fill that. I think there are other people who understand it like Mark did, but I don't think that there are other people who are able to communicate it like Mark did, or have the willingness or the desire to communicate it. Somebody needs to model themselves after Mark so that they can do what we don't have being done right now.
His legacy is the fact that he's no longer here, and he's going to be so much missed, not only by people who are his friends and of course his family, Eleanor and Lily, and his brothers and his sisters and his whole family, but by people who would always be like, oh, that's a job for Mark Farnen. That's Cole Farnen. He's the guy we need on this. That's his legacy.
He had that amazing sense of humor and the amazing ability to put people at ease and be able to say just about anything in the nicest way possible. And so I would like, particularly in these times, to see that Farnen factor grow, to treat people with respect, to treat people with excellent communication skills, and treat people the way we want to be treated. That's what I'd like to see, is just Mark's legacy as a great communicator and a positive person carried on.
Well, I'd say the number one legacy is his daughter, Lily. She's smart and great and very personable, just like him. And so obviously I think that'll be his top legacy. But also the friends that he left behind and the great memories that people have of him.
Team here in live streaming. We are live streaming. So welcome, everybody. Tonight we have a great opportunity for our community to learn more about those running for Columbia School Board and City Council. Local elections are the most important ways to impact and change our community. So we're thankful for everyone. Look forward to hearing for the future. We also want to thank our moderator for the evening, Mr. David Love. David was the former host of Columbia on KFRU with over 30 years experience on air. He used that platform to focus heavily on local and current issues happening in Columbia and Boone County. I want to thank David for continuing to moderate our forum even after retirement. Thank you. Prior to tonight's kickoff, we do want to mention that this forum was dedicated to Mark Farnen. Those of you that knew him, he was influential both to this forum and during this time consulting for our board and Realtor Association. So Mark's influence is still felt in the community, and we are on the annual forum as a tribute. That, I'll turn it over to you.
Say a word also about Mark. I don't know of anybody, a few people who had as much passion and joy and energy about city as Mark did, and we really liked it. And this is something that I'm so glad that his name is associated with this, but I wish he was still here and didn't have to have his name associated with it in the way that it is, because Mark was just a terrific educator as far as when it came to local events and local politics, school related as well as city related. So I think highly of Mark. And I also want to say thank you to those who are still extending the invitation to an old guy to come up here and do this. So I appreciate that very much. And I appreciate being involved in this, because it's always been, and more so now for me, and I think I see it through the eyes of a lot of the public now, getting to see the importance of these kinds of elections now as somebody who is no longer at a job doing the interviews with a lot of these individuals. So I'm very appreciative of their time and appreciative of the opportunity to be educated again tonight. And for those who are on this panel who have not gone through an election before or anything like this, relax. I don't think we've lost anybody. I think everybody survived these evenings, so it's going to be fine. And there are some people in the audience who I know at least 2 or 3 people here who, well, actually, I know 3 for sure, and I'd have to look around, who've gone through this process before in some way, and they have comported themselves very well. So I'm very appreciative of them being here to give you support. They are feeling it with you. And just think, and this is true, I remember when my daughter was in middle school band, their first concert was very painful. And the director said, by the end of the year, we're going to see a transformation in these musicians that will astound you. So this is your first. Don't expect to knock it out of the ballpark maybe tonight, or maybe you will. There are people who hit home runs on their very first time at bat. But by late March, when you've done about 150 of these, you're going to really be so much more at ease doing these. So deep breaths and we'll be fine. We'll start with 2-minute opening comments from each of the candidates, and then we'll go into questions. The Board of Realtors have come up with a list of questions, and I'm going to honor those questions, and we'll ask those. And then also a couple of other questions that I might have, or follow-up questions, and then we'll see where that gets us. We're looking at about 6:30 target time for the conclusion of the school board portion of this evening, and then we'll move into candidates for the city council positions that are open. So as I said, each candidate will have 2 minutes, up to 2 minutes, to do an introductory comment, and then we'll do questions and answers. Each candidate will be allowed up to 90 seconds for a response to the question, and then if we think that there needs to be more, we'll follow that up. You'll have another 30 seconds, and then when we get to closing comments, we'll have a minute for each person. So again, we're going to learn about these individuals, a half dozen here who are at the front table. And I think I will start on the far end and work this way with the 2-minute comments. So April Corral, you are up, and you have 2 minutes for opening comments.
So I'm April Corral. I moved here in 2000. My husband and I have 2 son's a 2021 graduate from Hickman and one that is graduating this year. My husband's currently stationed at the Pentagon, and he has spent the last 7 years deployed at various locations. And we could have relocated with him, but we chose to leave this as our home base because we loved Columbia and the community. And they were in the middle of middle school and elementary, and loved our schools and the opportunities that they were getting here. And I have been heavily involved for 15 years in our schools, and I think that educating our students is one of the most important things that we can do as a society, because they will be running our country. And it is important that every student has the equal opportunity to get a high level of education, an equal opportunity to participate in extracurricular activities, and to expand their universe to areas where they may not have normally been exposed. And I would like to help continue doing the fine work that we try to give every 18,000 students at CPS.
Thank you. And next, James Gordon, your opening comment, please.
Hello, my name is James Gordon, and I moved to Columbia a decade ago. My spouse, the Reverend Molly Nash Gordon, was called here to be a minister at the Unitarian Universal Church on Chip Boulevard. Molly and I started our family here in Columbia. We have 2 kids, Nora, who is a first grader at West Boulevard Elementary, and Margot, who will be a kindergartner there this fall. And I grew up in Arkansas with a family that attended public schools, so my kids are continuing that tradition. I'm very proud of that. I want everyone to know where I'm coming from, because it's important to know that I am not running to fix something wrong with our schools. I believe there are wonderful things happening in our schools, and I want us all to recognize that and cherish these places and begin to recognize the roots they have in our deep communities. My campaign has 3 strategies for how we are going to help adapt the governance of CPS. And those 3 points we'll be talking about over the next few weeks are to first focus on equity, which, by the way, is not necessarily what we all think it is, but it is a dictionary definition. It's not about keeping score or trying to make sure that everybody conforms to some sort of bland personal identity. We're talking about the word of making sure that everybody can come to our school and be able to learn, and that they're ready to receive them and accommodate their needs. The second focus point for us is accessibility, which is obviously very limited, but it's about how we meet those needs in a practical and intentional way. Finally, this is a very amazing thing we can all do together, is just kind of show up and be present with each other and meet each other where we are, which is I think more lessons going out and I'd like to talk about more. I'm looking forward to talking with all of you. If you haven't met me yet, I'm easy to find on Facebook or out in my community, so thank you.
Thank you. Paul Harper, please.
Thank you, and I want to thank the Board of Realtors for having us today. My name is Paul Harper. I am the father of 2 daughters. My oldest graduated from Rockbridge in 2020, and my youngest is going to be graduating this year from Rockbridge. I'm running because I believe in public service. I've spent the last 20 years as an attorney for the state of Missouri. During that time, I've held a variety of positions, including 7.5 years as the state auditor's general counsel. During that time, I participated in many audits and investigations of school districts to ensure the transparency and accountability of those school districts. Why am I running for school district? Because as I was ending my time with the auditor's office, I decided that I wanted to start focusing more on local matters. I've been working with the state for 20 years, as I said, and I want to start having a direct impact in my community. And I realized that one of the best places for me to do that, because of my experience, is the school board. I think we have some hard years ahead. I think we have a very big problem with teacher and hourly employees and keeping them and hiring them. And I'd like to see us become one of the most competitive employers in the state. I think that we're at a time when a lot of people are losing faith in our public education system, and I'd like to help that with increasing our transparency and accountability. And overall, I understand government finance. I truly believe that our finances show our true priorities. And I believe that I'm the right person for the job to ensure that our principles are shown in our financials. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chris Sloan, please.
Listen, Columbia education is a foundation pillar of this community. That's why I signed up to be this league. We're investing in this community. We love it here. And I also think that continuity is important. There's a lot to learn. There's a lot to quite frankly, a lot of relationships is there. And I think I've demonstrated over the last 3 years an ability to give thoughtful consideration to everything that comes our way on the boards. And I've also demonstrated an interest and ability to put the interest of the district and common good over my own. I think that, I think it's, outside of the governance and the experiential, I want to remind everybody why I ran to be personal. I believe in high quality education for all of our kids. I believe in having high quality work environments and work conditions for all of our educators, all of our staff, all of our administrators. And I believe that we've got a lot of work to do, and I'm committed to doing that work. The ideal where we live in a community where everybody or people don't think that certain schools are better than others. And so that's why I'm back in. And
John Lyman. Yeah, thank you, David, for moderating tonight. Excuse me, and thank you to the Board of Realtors for hosting. So, yeah, my name is John Lyman, and I'm running for one of the seats on the school board. I am a 1998 graduate of Rockridge High School, so I'm a CPS kid. After graduation, I went to the University of Missouri, where I got a degree in geography with a minor in history. Last 17 years, I've been at Veterans United Home Loans, where I'm currently a senior loan officer. My wife is Molly. She's an 18-year veteran teacher here in the district. She comes from Texas, Healy, taught all over the district. We were from kindergarten to 4th grade for the last 20 years. She's been the cheer coach at Hickman, which is where she is tonight. We've got 3 kids, high schooler, today, middle schooler, and elementary school. I love this path. I can't imagine living anywhere else. And I think that sentence shows a lot of things that happen. People to Columbia because they want to go to here, but I think people stay in Columbia afterwards because of what Columbia is and what it's growing. As a board member, I want to continue to work on building a strong, forward-thinking, and open district. The last few years have been, pretty rough. I think everybody can acknowledge that we've gotten divided over a lot of things. So with that forward progress, I want us all to get back together. Throughout the campaign already, a lot of ideas, a lot of good ideas from everybody sitting up here are going to be said tonight, that are going to be said throughout. We've got to work together to keep moving the district forward so that our students have the experience that they deserve. Thank you.
All right. And we welcome John Potter and ask for his opening comment.
Yes, my name is John Potter. I grew up in Columbia. I went to elementary school, junior high, and high. Megan and I have 3 kids at CPS. I have 2 children in elementary and 1 in middle school. I'm in the construction industry. I've been in management, customer service, fabrication. I've been employed at the same company for 20 years. Some of the things that I've done in the district over the last 2.5 years was during the the prolonged shutdowns, I started protesting and petitioning the district. And in that process, a coalition of concerned citizens formed to reopen the schools and make masking optional, which the optional masking protest kicked into gear after I got back into school, and one of my children, who was 9 at the time, started suffering anxiety on the playground due to masking. We started 2 Facebook groups, one to get the kids back in school, and after the kids got back in school, we started a second one for accountability and transparency, because of additional things that we found in the district once we got involved. Last 30 days, the transparency and accountability website that we started, or Facebook group, has had about 9,000 views in the last 30 days. And the month before that, it was 7,500 views, and that was before I started running for school board. That several news stories have started, along with at least one that went national. Heard, and most of the time when it comes to the district, these voices have deaf ears. The main reason I'm running for the school board is it's time for someone to represent those voices.
All right, thank you. And just a note from my producers here, closer to the microphones, people will hear you better. So don't be afraid of the microphones. Yeah, sometimes you feel like they're right on your lips, but that's going to be better for people to be able to hear. When I had a job at radio, I had a program director who told me, go ahead and ask the questions that you know everybody wants to ask earlier in the interviews. I often vary those, so here we go. We're going to alternate who goes first on these questions also throughout the evening, but I'm going back to April since we're starting with our first question. I'm just curious as to what is your reaction to the reactions from the performance at the Columbia Honors Diversity Breakfast last week? Your thoughts, please?
What are my reactions to the reactions on the breakfast last week? Boy, you start strong. I think that as a parent, and my kids have been started in kindergarten and all the way through senior year, it never crossed my mind that my school would take my child to an event or have an event come to them that would not be something that would be allowed in the actual school during a school day. So, for example, they would not take my 6-year-old to a Call of Duty gaming competition, most likely. And so I understand parents' concerns, because there are times when, all they heard was there was a show that happened and they weren't there. They didn't see what it was. And I think that it was also, once parents started questioning, I think it was also poorly handled. That I think there could have been more transparency and more forthrightness as to CPS's involvement in planning the event, what their involvement was, and further explain to parents what the event contained. Because frankly, everything that was at the event is something that you could see in any of our schools. There's nothing that prohibits that in our handbooks.
All right, thank you. And the same question now, just move to James Gordon. Your reaction to the reactions of the diversity breakfast from a week ago.
It's important to say just right out of the gate that drag does not hurt kids. Transphobia, homophobia, misogyny, all of these things are the things that can hurt our kids. And also all the fear mongering that some of our political elites in Jeff City and beyond are willing to engage in to raise their profile, just to dunk on our schools. That hurts our kids too. And that's the kind of harm I'm most concerned about. I think David really named it very well when he talked about this as when he asked for my reactions to reactions, because we're talking about reactionary politics here, which is happening everywhere in our city spaces. And it's a huge distraction from the things that are actually going on in our schools and the things we really need to attend to. I haven't heard anybody actually talk to the kids about how they experience it. I may have missed this because frankly, when this happened, I kind of set my Facebook account just to the side because I had other things to do, like being present to my own children. Yeah, that's how I feel about that.
All right, thank you. And we move next to Paul Harper, and if you want me to repeat it, I will, but I think you know what the question is, and that microphone needs to be a little closer to you.
This issue should be a local issue. While CPS could have handled it better, this issue has now gone beyond our local community because that scope has expanded. I just want to talk about that expansion. For those that do not know, our legislature has chosen to capitalize on the news cycle regarding this event. In Jefferson City right now, as we speak, the Missouri House of Representatives is holding a hearing on a series of anti-LGBT bills that marginalize the LGBT community and keep children from obtaining life-saving medical care. In fact, my very supportive wife, who wanted to be here tonight, chose not to be here to support me so that she could go protest against those bills. And she's actually going to be testifying against a number of the bills tonight. And I certainly applaud her. This is not about parental rights. Those bills are not about parental rights. Until these politicians have actually held or comforted a child who is uncontrollably sobbing because their bodies do not, and their minds do not match, they have no business. They have no business legislating how parents should care for their children. We have many children thriving in our communities because their parents got them the care they needed, the care that is approved by the best practice according to the Medical Association. We have many scared parents in our community because the people are now using our event for their own agendas. They're afraid for their children. That's unacceptable in our community. Bringing this back to the school board, we all know that until a student's basic needs are met, they are not ready to learn. As a board, we must support our LGBT families. Events like the diversity celebration tell our LGBT students and students from other marginalized groups that they matter. To our LGBT students, our families, and our parents, I want to say I see you and I hear you. If elected, I will work to create caring policies that protect all students and work so that all students have the opportunity to thrive within our communities. Thank you.
Chris Horn, same question.
So the question is, what's the reaction to the reactions? I think that it's a bit of a self-inflicted distraction. I'd much rather talk about what I believe is the core issue in the events that took place at Diversity Breakfast, which I support. I think what we have here are issues that are connected but distinct. So we have a communication issue both before and after the event, and we have a seemingly who want to work collaboratively with parents. And so anytime something like this happens, anytime we have people who are acknowledge our contributions to those. And I think that the district has done a better job with regard to our response to that distraction. I think that if we would have responded with a little bit more humility, have acknowledged maybe what we contributed, but certainly what we could do better going forward. You know, I think it's important to acknowledge it's important to acknowledge that we can do a better job of communicating with parents everything that we're I also think it's important to say, if we drop the ball, we're going to do better going forward. And so really it comes down to accountability and having more of an interest in being as communicative as we possibly can and working as collaboratively.
Thank you. John Lyman?
So my reaction to the reactions is probably different than most because my son was at the breakfast. He's a Mac scholar and he was excited to go, and I was excited that he got to go, and a little jealous that he got to go. But my reaction to the reaction is exactly what I think it was going to be. I mean, the diversity breakfast was awesome. It's an awesome event. What happened. I'm glad that he went. We had a good conversation about it on the ride home. We had a good conversation about it at dinner, and it's what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to show our kids that there are, the world is full of diversity, and it's all good. The district absolutely should have done a mea culpa afterwards and said, we missed this, not because they thought they were doing anything wrong or that they did something wrong, but it is important for parents to know where their students are. But I think it's also important for parents and families and students to trust that the schools and the teachers and the administrators are never going to put anyone's child in any sort of danger. My wife tells her students first thing class every year, her job is to keep them safe. No one's going to ever put one of our students at risk. So moving forward, if I'm the board, I'm going to make sure that when we're doing those permission slips, that it's listing out on there who's going to be there, what it's going to be. We can't do all contingencies, but letting folks know what's going on, letting folks know, hey, this is what's happening, and then recognizing those errors and saying, hey, next time we're going to continue to do better, and we're going to work together to make sure that happens.
Thank you. And John Potter, your thought, please.
Yes, the reaction to the reaction. I might be a part of that reaction to the reaction. As somebody that's dealt with a lot of transparency in the district, this is something that the district has done before as far as opt-out forms and consent forms not being transparent. They did this for a puberty lesson where they showed illustrations of a homosexual fantasy that might give a child a wet dream, and did not describe that in the opt-out form. So this reminded me of that. Also what this reminds me of is other things that happen around our country, happened around our country before they come to CPS. Examples of this are SR. We should take into consideration things that happen around the country so we can prepare for them here. School shootings is a good example. We don't ignore school shootings. We don't stop thinking about what we can do because of national issues. So I thought it was a good opportunity to bring up some of the national issues that's happening around our country and transparency and accountability because I think it's only a matter of time before some of these things come to Columbia. Those things are drag shows where men are wearing G-strings in front of children. There's been a lot of that around the country, and I think it's important for our political leaders to be transparent on where they stand. Grown men dancing in front of children with G-strings on. Also, I think it's good that we need to know where our district stands in a drag story hour. I've seen that around nationally as well. I think it's very important that we address these issues now and not wait for it to happen in our district and then try to clean up the mess afterward. Like I said, what happened here is a pattern of CPS. I've been pointing it out for 2.5 years. It is that's why I want to run for school board.
Since we'll start with James Gordon on this one and come this way, and then people will be last on this one. And it has to do with transparency. Many of you have mentioned that already. We just ended up hearing a comment about that. So here's the question. The school board has been perceived to need more transparency. How would you create more transparency between the board and the public? James Gordon.
When I hear the word transparency and accountability, I think to a deeper issue, which is trust. And trust is not something you repair with just pure facts and information and access to that. And I'm speaking from my vocational experience as someone who earned a master's degree at the Missouri School of Journalism with an emphasis on data journalism, has practiced and taught data journalism to students here in Columbia and elsewhere. And one thing that was kind of hard for me to understand is that to have a well-functioning society, we can't merely just circulate information as is. That's not going to repair our relationships. Being in relationship with each other means that we have to show up and also understand we're coming from different experiences, and information helps that, but it's not going to solve the problem. And as we've seen, I think in the last few years, in some ways, there have been these tactics and these content farms and other sort of cynical political tactics that are merely just cherry picking things from documents and pictures and stuff that's unattributed, all to create this sort of pastiche of things that are happening. That's not going to. So when I hear the words transparency and accountability, I worry that might feed that a little bit, and I'd rather us focus on how we can show up for each other and be in that relationship.
Okay. Paul Harper, same question, dealing with transparency. How would you create more transparency between the board and public?
I also agree that transparency is about trust with the district. One of the things that I know with the district is that a lot of times it's hard to figure out the financial information. There's no portal. They do not put the financial information online. So the expenses, it is very hard to find out exactly how much the district is paying for them. I'm advocating for a transparency portal, checkbook online. I believe that all meetings should be recorded. I believe that all meetings should be out there for the public to see. So a lot of our board meetings are not kept out there. The recordings are not kept out there. They were online during COVID, but now some of those meetings are not. And finally, I think that there should quite frankly be more participation, real participation from parents. I would advocate for a parents advisory council, either a general parents advisory council, or probably more specifically a special education parents advisory council. So, and what that is that's a group that advises the board and the superintendent on issues related to that are important to parents, and will tell the board when things are happening with real parent involvement. And I'd be more than happy to talk more about that, but I think my time is.
Chris Horn on transparency and making it more of an issue, making it more successful between the board and public.
Sure. So transparency means different things to different people. In order for us to understand what that means to as many people as possibly can, we have to build relationships, and we have to be intentional about that. I think that's a fair critique, not only of myself, but of our board as a whole. As to governance, we talk about it, but if we can improve our governance practice, when we improve our governance practices, we can be intentional about engaging with everybody in the community. And so that's part of it as well. And I think I agree with like two colleagues here. The better we can do that, the better we build relationships, the more trust that we can build, or the better we can improve trust, better said. And so, I think that we get some pushback for some changes that we made, for example, with regard to our public comment, right? The intention behind that was to establish better governance practices, and so that we can have more meaningful ways.
John Lyman?
I think so far everybody's right on track. Trust is a big part of this, but I think the trust goes both ways. Teachers have got to trust their administrators. Administrators have got to trust the district. Parents have got to trust teachers. Teachers have got to trust parents. This is, again, we've all got to work, together. A lot of division has happened, and so bringing that trust back is important. Visibility for me is another big thing. School board meetings are once a month. Very rarely do we see our school board members out and about outside of that. One of the things that I would absolutely look at doing is in a 39-week school year, and there being 34 buildings, certainly possible to visit every single one of them at some point during the school year and be visible being in the school, other than just for photo ops. I think would be really, really good and help build that trust and that accountability. At VU, emails are a big thing, or online, mortgage company. We send emails all day, every day. But whenever I can pick up the phone and call somebody, I would rather do that. If I've got to get into a second or third paragraph explanation on something, I'm going to pick the phone up and have the conversation with them. We got to pick up the phone. We've got to be around. The public comment section, yeah, we needed some limitations on there for governance, but we've got to then make ourselves available outside of that time for those meaningful conversations. That's what's going to build the trust and help establish that transparency.
John Potter, you were talking about it a while ago. So how would you create more transparency between the board and the public?
I think Paul hit on it a lot with the parents committee and special education committee. So can be in partnership with the community and parents, and the transparency and accountability group. Why I guess it's successful or so popular is because there is a lack of transparency. So we need to bring board members, administrators, teachers, principals, everybody, and really just bring to light things that are happening in the district, and don't worry about what is going to happen. If you're transparent and truthful, it is what it is. I can bring up 2 examples of where it was lacking. Better to be truthful and deal with the consequences than to just try to cover.
You're lax on this one, but want to hear your comments about the transparency, how you would create it.
One of the things that I've talked about for a long time is how wonderful it was to get up on Thursday mornings during COVID and with my cup of coffee, sit in my recliner and watch the work session. I learned a tremendous amount of information. So last school year, when it was Thursday and it was a work session, I had my coffee and there was no work session. And I'm texting the board members, where's the work session? Oh, they're not showing it. We don't do that. We did it all during COVID, it was possible. I think every single public meeting that the board holds for committees should be on TV, live streamed, and recorded. And it's a benefit not only to our public, but it's a benefit to the board members. Because when you are sitting in a work session that is not being live streamed, televised, and is also not being recorded. If you've ever tried to look at a transcript of any of these meetings, I would challenge anyone to figure out what the transcript actually read, because it is all strung together. And so that is one thing that I would definitely advocate for. A board member, if they're not able to be at the meeting, can always go back and review what actually occurred at that meeting. Being in the schools, as John said, is also very important. Education, I learned at Ridgeway, was a collaborative process. It involves the student, the teacher, the school, and the parents. The parents, if they have a seat at the table when it comes to the educating of their children. And so it's a collaborative process. They need to be able to access information so they can be educated on the goals and the business of the board and CPS.
Provided by the Board of Realtors, and I'm going to add to this question just a bit. Public education sometimes gets criticized and attacked, and so I'm going to ask basically a 2-part question. One is what is your commitment to public education, and then what's your view on school choice and charter schools? Paul Harper, you're first on this.
Well, what is my commitment to public education? I actually started as a teacher. I was a special education teacher just for the while living in Columbia in the 90s. Just a little bit of background. The only other person in my family I ever communicated with that had gone into College was my great aunt. She was the principal down in Lebanon, Missouri. And she instilled in me a very big love for public education. As far as school choice, I'm a believer in public education. I believe that the schools should be open. I believe that as the Missouri Constitution says, we should have public education. As far as charter schools, with my experience at the auditor's office, they're not always well run. If you look out there, a lot of times they are very poorly run, and I'm not.
Chris Warren, again, your commitment to public education, and then also that filters over to school choice and charter schools.
Sure. So, I mean, I'm absolutely committed to public education. Statement in the opening, in that I believe that our educational system is a foundational pillar of this community. And so, for all those reasons, absolutely a champion for public education. With regard to charter schools, the last question, dealt with transparency. And no doubt, we at Columbia Public Schools have some work to do. If you're concerned about transparency now, that's not going to improve with charter schools. So I just don't think that, I don't think that they're appropriate here at Columbia. They may be appropriate in other places, but certainly not here.
I realize my question is kind of self-obvious. You're running for a position on a public school board of education, but I like hearing people voice what their feelings are. I'm asking more than just to say, well, I wouldn't be running for this position if I didn't like public education, but I expect everybody to probably say that in the answer. John Lyman, what are you going to say after I just said that?
Well, thank you for taking the answer. No, I'm a product of Columbia Public School teacher. All three of my children are in public schools, and I wouldn't have it any other way. I mean, public schools for life, man. I mean, that's really kind of how I think about it. Yeah, sure. Hashtag you can do that, but we can't try to make it, if we want the public schools to be better, we can't take money away from the public schools. And if all of a sudden we start diverting money to other places, it's not going to make anything better. Like I said in my opening statement, people move to Columbia, or they come to Columbia to go to the University of Missouri, they stay in Columbia because of our strong public school system. And I want to continue doing that. I want to look for more ways to get more funding into our public school system, not look at ways to divert those public funds to other things. So public schools for life.
School choice and charter schools, that was basically the better part of that question.
So, neighborhood schools, I think that there's something to that. I'm a graduate from Rockridge High School. We live in Rockridge School District. My kids go to Hickman because my wife coaches there. And so she's up there every single day. Transportation wise, we're able to work that out. But, so there's a little bit of a sting there that, they're not going to Rockridge since I went there. But I think all of our schools are fantastic. Like I said, my wife has taught across the district. I would have my children go to any of our public schools.
John Potter, your question again, especially on school choice or charter schools, and your thoughts about the commitment that you might have for public schools, public education.
Yeah, I do have a commitment to public education. That's the reason why my kids are still in public school. A lot of people have, especially during the shutdown, said, get your kids in private school, take them out. And that's not what I think is best for my children. So that's when I decided to try to make some type of difference in the public education system and not run from it. So I am dedicated to public schools. My children will continue to go to public schools. And as far as
school choice and charter schools?
I think school choice is important. I don't think every child should go to public school. I think my main priority is what's best for the child. So, I mean, I'm not against private schools or vouchers or whatever, because students are different. I know during the shutdowns, I wish we had more options. My kids stopped getting educated. The state has a requirement to educate our kids, and for a year, my kids were not getting educated. And I would have liked some choices, because like I said, I want to do what's best for the child, not the school district, not the public school, children and children in general. So whatever that option is, I think that's what's best for the children.
And the question about school choice, charter schools, public education, April, well.
Can you clarify what you mean by school choice?
Well, I think that means whatever you want it to mean, actually. I don't know.
Well, if you were going with, I live in the Rockbridge district, but I want my kids to go to Hickman.
Would you like maybe to choose Harrisburg or Sturgeon or Centralia?
So, I do, as you said, we wouldn't be up here if we didn't believe in public education, and I believe it provides, our students, and especially in a community as large as ours, it provides them with some diverse experiences that they may not get at a private school or a charter school, depending on how those are set up. Our education system is already very poorly funded, and I can understand if parents are concerned about the level of education that their child's getting, and they want to take their child to a private school, which of course costs money. So since I'm paying tax dollars, let's just have our tax dollars pay that. But we already need more money we have the investment in education, not only in Columbia and in Missouri and in the country, to the level that we should. Parents wouldn't feel the need possibly to take their child to a private or a charter school. But we don't support public education to make it the best that it can be today, and we need to work on it.
And finally, with this question, James Gordon.
I'm 100% committed to public education, having gone to public schools when I was a kid, and now sending my kids to our neighborhood school at West Boulevard Elementary. It actually would be very difficult to choose somewhere different because West Boulevard is literally 2 blocks away from my house, and so we have an excellent commute every morning at the end of the day. I love going to our school, and I feel the connection and care every time I walk through the doors, and our educators and our building staff say hello to me and my kid, and it just feels really great. And I feel more rooted in my community as a result of being engaged in our public school. And I'm reluctant to question or judge any parent's choice that they make on behalf of their child. But I would ask that they, before they send their kid to a private school, maybe think about not just opportunities they are giving that child, but other opportunities maybe denying that child, including that ability to be more rooted in your community. In our school district as well, as April said, we have an incredible diverse, including immigrant families who are in our public school system. These are enriching experiences that we often forget about when we talk about school performance and school assessment. All the things that come from being in a space where difference is recognized and engaged with in a curious way and a kind way, so that we can learn those sort of other skills that make us more culturally aware and kinder people.
I'm going to expand the question just a minute. This will be 30 seconds for each of you. So this is kind of like a follow-up question, and Paul Harper, we'll start with you. I got to thinking about this when April asked her question of me. There are vouchers that are available now to be used that are tax vouchers that people can use to send the students, their children, to private schools. Your reaction when the state legislators passed this over the last couple of years?
I don't believe that public money should be diverted from the public funds. The Constitution says that one of our top priorities in our state
is public education, and I don't believe that money should be diverted to private schools in that way.
Chris Horn?
I mean, I can't, like I said, very what Paul just said, anytime that we're diverting money away, and I think April gave a fantastic answer with regard to this. I mean, here in Columbia Public Schools, we're already going to be up in, not too far away from, coming back to the public with regard to making sure that we have the resources that we need to meet our expenditures. And so anytime we're taking money away from that, we're not being good.
John Lyman?
Ditto. I mean, yeah, public school money should stay in the public school system. I certainly understand, what some folks have said about parents wanting to make sure that they're involved in making the right choice for their students. If they are looking at or seriously considering picking those vouchers, I would ask that they ask themselves how much they were involved in helping out the public school system before they take that money around.
John Potter?
Yes, I actually worked with a nonprofit organization that helped get that bill passed, and it does not take any.
That's really good to know, John. I was not aware of that, because I don't know all the ins and outs of how all the money works. But if we were in a position where we're taking in additional money from public education at all and diverting it to private schools, I certainly am not in favor of that. I don't have enough information as to where that money is coming from to determine would the location where that money is coming from, maybe it would be best diverted to our underfunded education system that we already have.
No, I don't support selling for schools.
Let's go to the next question, and Chris Horn will be first on this one. The Missouri legislature has been attempting to pass some version of a parent's bill of rights. It would require teachers to share lesson plans and allow parents more control over the curriculum and books used with their children. Do you support this idea? What kind of rights do you think parents should have?
Yeah, I read that Bill of Rights, and it's overly burdensome for education. I understand the spirit of it. If you're talking about wanting to, again, talk about transparency and give people more access to information with regard to what's going on in classrooms. But there's other pieces of that bill that are, the job of educators is already hard enough. The job of administrating a school district is already hard enough. To have legislation that's going to increase that burden is not something that I would support.
John Lyman?
It's important for parents to know what's going on in the classroom and what's being taught, but I don't think that parents should be setting curriculum. I think that is something that should be set on a much larger scale. And I think that our educators are the ones who should best determine how that's taught. That's what these folks do. I don't go to the doctor and tell him how to do the procedure that I need done. I don't bring, my folks with me to have them help out with that. I trust that person's going to take their knowledge, take their experience, and do it correctly. And so going back to the trust and the openness and the honest communication, parents should be involved, yes. They should know what's going on in the classroom. But we shouldn't get into trying to censor things or remove things because, again, I think, like April said, eventually our kids are going to get out of Columbia. Hopefully they'll come back. Hopefully they go to Mizzou and do great things, or stay. But there are experiences that exist outside of the classroom. And so we need to make sure that they are ready for all of those whenever they come up.
The legislature's attempts in Jefferson City to pass a version of Parents' Bill of Rights. And do you support this idea? And what kind of rights do you think parents should have, John Potter?
Yeah, I'm too familiar with it. I remember there was stuff in there about transparency. I agree with some of the transparency aspects of it, but overall, I was against the bill.
I probably have not read the bill as much as Chris has, but I would say, I would agree with him that it's already, it is overburdensome. We already have a retention and recruitment problem, not only in CPS, in Missouri, throughout our nation. And I know some of the bills, and I don't know if the one here in Missouri is this specific, but I know some of them want, a teacher's entire curriculum and lessons uploaded, 3 months before school's supposed to start in August. These are professionals, where we need to be treating them as professionals. And education is, local school districts determine the educational goals and the way their area is set up. Legislature should not be telling the school boards, you have to have all your lesson plans uploaded and are they funding that? Because our teachers are already putting in 10 hours a week more on top of their contact time. So who is going to spend the hours it's going to take to upload all this documentation? So this is kind of the burdens that I think that Chris is alluding to. Parents should absolutely be involved, because as I said before, it's a collaborative process to educate your child. It takes a village. And already curriculum is available for review. And I think about the puberty section. If they're not getting that information, then it comes back to a transparency, communication, response. But parents have the ability to review at least certain curriculum.
James Gordon, please.
I think we've come back around to the issue of trust, and laws and legislation, especially written by people who are not even in our community, possibly written by some think tank in some other state. Those are not going to make a more trustful culture in our school district. And if you want to know what's going on in your kid's school, talk to your kid about it. Talk to your teachers about it. Again, lean into relationship so that we can all share in the work of doing doing the work of our district. We need to also maintain a clear idea in our heads of who is the primary constituent of our school district, and that's the students. The students are here to gain the tools of self-determination, to gain the confidence and everything they need to go out into the world and in some ways make the world new. We don't need to, and so we need to keep that in mind whenever we talk about what's going on in the classroom and what we're teaching our kids, that they are the ones who need to, they're the ones we are serving in this. Parents, obviously, as a parent, I understand the feeling of wanting to protect your child, but the job of the school is to help your child engage with the world.
Paul Harper.
I actually don't believe this legislation is actually about what it says it is. I believe this is about outside entities furthering this in disingenuous ways. I can tell you as a parent, I have never had a problem talking to teachers about the curriculum that my children are being exposed to. All the teachers at CPS have always been approachable. I've been able to talk to them about things like that. It's not a problem. We trust our teachers. They're doing a good job. These bills are not about that.
I'll do a follow-up then, kind of hitching to what you just said. Some would agree with you, and some would say that it is an issue about specifically teaching on matters of diversity and equity and inclusivity. And we'll start with Chris Horn on this. I'm not trying to anticipate or have you tell me exactly where you stand on what should be taught in the classroom, but you're setting, you do set, the rest do not. But somebody comes to a school board meeting and says, I do not like what is included in the teaching on this subject of diversity, inclusivity, and equity. What do you say then to the administrators and those who are in the business of setting the curriculum? How would you handle that? And without saying it anything more specific, I think everybody knows what I'm talking about. If somebody comes and says, in my sophomore class, I I've got a student who is in an English/history combined unit, and they are reading a book that says that such and such happened in history. And at what point in time does it become a problem for the school district that teaching history is not talking about problems that still exist today?
There's two problems that exist today. And I mean that with all seriousness. I think that I think it's important that one, we trust our educators to be able to give rich history, different perspectives, so that we can create critical thinkers. That's what we're here to do, is create critical thinkers. And so in your question, I see two separate things. I see, what should be taught or shouldn't be taught in classrooms, and diversity, equity, inclusion in general. And so in your original question, I would ask that person, what exactly is your concern with diversity, equity, inclusion? We can have a very good dialogue around that. Specific to this bill, I alluded to it in the answer that there are some things that are problematic about it, and in this bill is included this. 1619 project or anything similar to it. And so we can have a great conversation about, the merits around 1619 project, but we need to be thinking about what that extra language means when it says anything similar to it. Talking about censoring different perspectives with regard to history. And so that's probably my biggest beef with the bill, in addition to taking 50% away from funding from public education institutions when their interpretation of what's being taught in the classroom doesn't match with what's in the bill.
John Lyman, I hope you can make sense out of what I said, but again, it's where does the line from teaching history to becomes a contemporary issue that would be proper and appropriate to address in a classroom?
What Chris said, it's important to understand our history. It's important to understand all of the aspects of history. It's important to, I have a minor in history. I took lots and lots of history classes. I read lots of books on different perspectives on history. It's amazing what you can find out there. That's what our students need. They need those different perspectives. They need to see all of the sides. They need to know how we got to where we are. There needs to be that recognition that maybe there are some things that are rooted in history. Kids have got to know this. I don't understand how this is a problem or why this is an issue. I mean, we have to, if you want to know how to move forward, you have to understand where you're at. And to understand where you're at, you have to know where you came from. I would open or welcome that dialogue from that student or from that family that has those questions about those things. And I would wonder how they came to those conclusions or why they think that. But we have to understand the history. If we want to look very specifically, we look at, a question that gets brought up all the time, or now I'm sure all of our candidates have gotten it, is the next pandemic, hopefully never comes, but if it does, masks, what are we going to do? Are we going to do homeschooling? How are we going to do this? Well, we're going to have to look at what happened last time, and that's going to help us determine what we do moving forward. We have to pay attention and learn about our history to know what we got to do moving forward.
John Potter, same issue.
Yeah, I think with diversity, equity, and inclusion in history, I think we have to start at the base, and that's the diversity, equity, and inclusion department or there. From my research on CPS's website, version of history is a little bit different than mine. I mean, they present it as that we live in a white supremacist society that has that built-in institutional racism or biases, and most institutions are systemically biased against minority groups. And also, so if you're looking through that lens of everybody has these biases that are inherent because they don't have the knowledge of other social, the social identity matrix on the CPS website kind of outlines the thought process that our diversity, equity, and inclusion department at CPS thinks. History, there's two lenses to look at. It's everything's about race and social identity, which is CPS's stance, or history is facts, dates, times, people, things. So it's a really deep question, and I could go on about it because people are looking at history through different lenses. And so, like I said, number one deal with me is transparency. And so I just want the district to be open about what lenses and that they're looking through and just come out with it, because I've asked all these questions. I brought it up. I had it on my candidacy website, and nobody wants to talk about it. It's just like dudes dancing in front of kids with thongs on. Nobody wants to talk about it, but
Can you repeat this question?
I'm just curious as to, you're at a board meeting, you've been elected to the school board. Somebody comes up and says, I'm aware that in my child's class, they're teaching history and they're tied it into contemporary issues in a way that I do not like this. What is your way of the district handling this? How would you advise the administrators or the professionals that are setting a curriculum? The school board does not do that, I understand, but you would be handling these kinds of concerns.
Well, as I said, my children are at the end of their reign here, and they have taken a lot of these courses. And for a lot of the stuff that we have, we need to be teaching our history, obviously, the good, the bad, the messy. And a lot of the courses, there's currently, I believe, still a grant that we're working on with a couple of classes at the AP level, I believe, using a couple of works from the 1619 project. Those are elective courses. So parents would be aware that this is material that's being covered. In addition, at our high school level, every high school student gets a syllabus, and it has all the information that's going to be covered in the year. So parents have the option to opt their child out. In many of the courses, when they're going to cover something and relate it to contemporary events, students are given a series of optional choices so that they can select the material that they would like to use for the assignment. So they could be opted out of, you can, their parent could say you can select them with these 3 books because they don't want them to have the information in the other books. So there are, and open communication, I think is key, but it's very important, as Chris said, we're creating critical thinkers here, and we need to expand the world so that they can see it as a whole.
James Gordon?
Equity is one of the cores of my campaign platform, and the work of equity is one of the strategies that we're going to use to help adapt the governance of the CPS board. In this context, I think about equity as that space we create where everyone's story is heard and everyone's history is told, no matter how painful it is. We don't get to tell certain people's stories and not other people's stories. That's not how equity works. And so that's what, that's the sort of mindset I want to see us bring to all these conversations around curriculum. This is sort of a hypothetical thought experiment, but it doesn't matter to me when someone comes up and starts asking these kinds of questions. I will sit and listen. That is the slogan of my campaign: leadership that listens, and that is how we will help to instill these values within and circulate them within our community.
And Paul Harper, please.
Yeah, I would specifically talk to that parent and get the facts and find out what is actually happening, and make sure that it's, there are facts and not just supposition. But one of the bills that I actually referred to earlier was in the Senate, and there was a hearing today, and it had a lot of this information in it. And you know who testified against for it? A lobbyist from Florida. That was the only person who was for it. Everybody else was against it. What we need to do is we need to stop letting outside influences come in. We are a local school district. We should make these decisions at the local level. We need to teach facts. We need to teach children how to think critically. We need to expose our children to what is going on in the world to prepare them for that world. And we need our children to learn different perspectives to be successful in our society.
On to the next question. It's a different topic. You'll appreciate that probably. John Lyman, you get to go first on this one. One of the main ways the board governs the district is through the budget. What do you think are the most pressing needs of the district, and how can those needs be met?
We can always pay teachers more, and I'm not saying that because my wife is one. I'm not sure exactly what the numbers are, but I know we're pretty close to the bottom in the district as far as, in the state, as far as our district goes, and then certainly in the state as far as nationally. I don't know where we're going to get that money from. It would be very easy to just all of a sudden be like, hey, everybody, your taxes are going to go up. But I mean, we all just wrote that check a couple weeks ago. I don't necessarily want to do it again in the middle of the year or all of a sudden have them go up. Supporting our teachers, though, and building a district that keeps the ones that we have and invites new ones in is going to be crucial to continuing to move the district forward. Too often we're losing teachers because they just, I'm not going to do another year of 30 kids in my class, or all of the things that come up, the distrust from parents, the miscommunication from the district and the board. I'm going to go find something else. We've got to work on all of those things together and figure out ways to retain those teachers. Obviously, paying them more would be helpful, but that's really, I think, where the budget and everything is going to be the hardest, is figuring out ways to keep the resources going to the right place. Our Title I schools, for example, lots and lots of turnover there. I would like to see some additional funding go to our title teachers, even if it's $1,000 extra a year, to buy extra clothes that just sit in the corner for someone if they need them, or breakfast or a snack for those kids that are coming in without. There's ways to find those dollars.
John Potter, same question to you. What do you think are the most pressing needs of the district, and how can those needs be met? This question counts in the terms of the budget.
Yeah, I think one of the pressing needs is the teacher to student ratio. I think it needs to be smaller. And in order to do that, we need more teachers and we need to pay them more. And in order to do that, I think we need to shrink the size of administration and shrink the equity and inclusion department, and start focusing on students and teachers. If you look at the scale of administrative hirings compared to student enrollment, it's off balance, to say the least. So that's.
Around.
Most pressing needs of the district in relation to the budget, that is a huge question. One of the most pressing needs is, and I agree with John Potter, the teacher-student ratio. We have some classrooms, art class with 34 students in a high school with a tiny room. How do you even draw them to each other? So we need more substitutes. We need more teachers. And I do think some finance towards that would be helpful, increasing the sub pay, increasing teacher pay, but also increasing our pay for our hourly employees through whether it's food and nutrition or the custodial staff, because every person in our building has a part in our child's success. And if I can go stock shelves at Hobby Lobby for $18 an hour, I'm probably not going to empty trash cans for $15. So that's one of the things. One of the other pressing needs that I feel like we have is we have 35 buildings. We have several that are 100 years old. We need a lot of building maintenance that needs to take place so that students are in a optimal learning environment. So there are two areas related to the budget that I would like to see us kind of focus on.
James Gordon. It's a pretty simple rubric that I would bring as a board member to all these questions about allocation of resources and funding. And it is something like this. You pay attention to how those dollars that we're talking about go to affect the learning environment of the kids in the school district. Because again, they are the primary constituents of our school district. And so we need to be really clear about how is this going to impact the learning that's happening in the classroom and in the schools. And I bring that up because we had an instance recently where there was over $500,000 that was allocated for some administrative positions that it seemed to me the educators in our school districts didn't even know about. That to me is a clear problem because obviously nobody's even talking to them about how we should be spending our money to support them, because they are the ones who are have the best perspective on the needs of our kids, and they are the ones who are doing the work of teaching our kids. So this is something that I think we pay a lot of attention to. And when we talk about one thing I'm not hearing enough about is the retention of our teachers, which is actually a major factor in how we recruit them, is to see other educators who are tenured, who have been in the school district for a while, who say it's a great place to work, and have become sort of mentors for those new teachers coming in. We don't give our educators enough latitude to be for each other, and that's something I want to see us change.
And Paul Harper. I start out by saying, the budget reflects our values. And, here's just one example of how the budget doesn't reflect our values. We say in our mission statements that we want to be the best. But just recently, we passed a budget priority statement that said that we should shoot for the middle as far as teacher salary. That's not the best. The best is not mediocre. We should be shooting higher than that. I understand government budgeting and financials. I believe that I can help drill down and find some of those holes in the budget. For example, we need to think differently. I did some looking in our financials. We're paying over $300,000 for general counsel services. I've been a general counsel. I've never been paid $300,000 for general counsel services. We need to think about how we're using our money and how we should be moving forward doing that. We have limited resources. We can't make more widgets. We have to find where the holes are in the budget. And I believe that with my experience, I can help do that. Thank you.
Last on this question is Chris Horn, who's been through this process.
Yeah, thank you, David. Before I answer your question about what the most pressing need is, just a quick reminder, kind of some of the things that are in place right now that I think should remain and do a really good job. Very fiscal long-range facility plan that we have in place, combined with the facilities audit that was just completed. We have a very thorough understanding of kind of what we need from a building maintenance. That leads to a very, very strong bond position. So when we come to the community, we say we have a no tax bond. That's a very significant savings from a tax perspective, and that's indicative of what we're doing with regard to the ability to manage our finances. We have a 5-year budget plan. That's important because when we come to the summertime and we're waiting for our resources to come in, we don't have to go and do short-term borrowing. And so there's a lot of things that are in place, and I give a lot of credit to current and past boards and current and past administrations for putting some of these things in place and keeping them growing. To what our most pressing need is, we have got to figure out how we can be more competitive with our hourly staff. The hourly staff that we have within our buildings offer a tremendous amount of support for our educators. So when you think about classrooms that need classroom aides or classrooms that need instruction, you think about classrooms that need subs sub for those spots as opposed to doing planning time. Those sorts of things give a lot of support to our educators, which in turn gives a lot of support to our students, which in turn keeps this district strong.
We're running close to being out of time, so this is John Potter. You're going to go first on this, and then everybody's had a chance then to be first on a question, and this will be our last question before we do closing statements. I want to have you all more personal on this than any of the other ones. It has not been easy to be a school board member the last few years, going through COVID and then some of the other issues that have come from that. So my question is simply, why are you putting yourself through this?
It's for the kids, it's for the children, it's for our community. You can tell how good a society is by how they treat their kids, and shutdowns and the mandatory masking and the things that the district has done to our children has caused it to be very difficult, I guess, or to want to run for school board, because you know that you're to talk about, I guess. So yeah, that's the reason I'm doing it, is because I just want what's best for the kids.
And I'm asking this on a personal level, anticipating what you might face. April Farrell, we come to you. Why are you putting yourself through this?
For those who know me, know that I've spent the last 15 years, 20 hours or more a week in our public schools. I have worked with our students, our teachers, administrators, serving in leadership positions with our PTAs. As part of my role as Hickman PTSA president for the last 2 years, we meet regularly with district administration to bring to light issues that not only Hickman students might be facing or Hickman faculty, but if we're facing them, other students in the district and other buildings may also be facing them. So just starting those conversations, trying to help be a problem solver. I've also have taken great joy in helping a variety of families, and it's not unusual for me to get Facebook messages or text messages from random people that I have never met to ask me about a school policy or to point them in the direction of XYZ because they don't have the answer and they don't know what to do for their kid. So it's something that I've already been doing for 15 years. I started attending board meetings 10 years ago. I see a question on Facebook and I just go open the policy manual to see if there's a policy on that, or the student handbook I practically have memorized. It's just something I love. So, you know, I love it, and I'm here for the people and the students and the families.
Jordan, why are you willing to put yourself through this process?
I mean, a big part of it is my kids who are in public school here in Columbia, but also all of our kids, because I've noticed something about myself in the last few years of my life that with kids, I begin to feel a little more hopeful about the world. And that's something that I want us to really hold on to in these times that can feel very scary. We're the ones who need to be brave for our kids, and we need to teach our kids to be brave. And I will just say also, you know, having been in having been in the sort of context of teaching kids, it's just a wonderful experience that allows you to unlearn some things while you're helping someone else learn something. And that's something I care a lot about. And I think it's the attitude that we need to be bringing into our schools. In some ways, I'm also just kind of become very impatient with waiting around and sitting out all of this work, because it is happening for generations now. I mentioned that I went to the same public high school as my dad. He actually graduated in the first racially integrated class in his high school, the one that I graduated from some 30, 40 years later. And I think I'm ready to be part of a generations-long work for having a more equitable and accessible public education system right here in our community.
Paul Harper?
I started out in public services my life. I want to do something for my community. Doesn't bother me being the most hated person in the room. I was the legislative director for the Department of Revenue. So I got used to that very quickly. But in seriousness, whenever I went to the Martin Luther King Jr. celebration, I saw people who have been doing great things for this community for 30, 40, 50 years. Not old enough to be doing it for 50 years. I'm not going to be around them, but I would like at the end of my life to be spoken of in the same way those people were spoken of, because public service is important. Thank you.
Chris Horn?
It's a privilege and honor to serve in this capacity. This is hard work, but it's worthy work. We're building a really good team. Come April, our board is going to get younger, but I mean younger in experience. And as I sit here and think about the work colleagues are doing, the good conversations that we have, the times that we disagree. And currently living, we pay a lot of attention to a lot of the negative things that are happening. Ourselves credit for. And we have a lot of people in this community that are passionate about these schools. And I mean it. And it's hard, but it's been worthy. And that's why I've come back again. I want to be clear, this is, we're a board of 7. There were boards before us, there will be boards after us, and we're stewards of our individual positions and stewards of this board. And so, coming into this service 3 years ago, I still got big ideals, and we've got a little bit of work to do to get close to those ideals, and they won't be achieved in the 3 years that are coming up next, or maybe 3 years after that. But if we can remember that we're stewards of these positions, and really this worthy work, if everybody's just as passionate as we are, we'll get closer.
And John Lyman, finally, personally, why are you putting yourself through this?
I love solving problems, and that's not to say that the district is full of problems or anything like that. But I love, one of my first jobs was at the Westlake right across the street. Whenever somebody would come in with an issue, whatever it was always just really invigorating to talk with that person, figure out whatever the issue was, and help them solve that problem. And I think that that's what happens with our school district. There's a lot of different things that come up, questions about one thing or another. And I love not being the smartest person in the room and surrounding myself with those folks and hearing their thoughts and hearing their ideas and learning that I'm wrong about things. It's all, just in an effort to try to make better the school district that I'm a product of, my wife works in and my kids go to. And then also, there was a handful of teachers that I had experiences with while I was in school, and I think I'm doing right by Mr. Priest from my block English and social studies class when he was like, I spoke up at some project we were doing, and he just looks at me and goes, more of that, do more of that. And I think that's what I'm doing now is more of that. And that was speaking up for our group, speaking up for what we were fighting for, what we were trying to do, and getting it done.
We're going to start with John Potter and go back the opposite way that we've been going. 60-second final comment. This is your final comment of the first forum that you will be participating in for this election.
Yes, I do want to give thanks to the teachers in our district. I have worked with some really great teachers with personal issues at my children's schools and other issues around the district. And so I think that is one of the good things that the district has is principals. Also, I want to let everybody know that I am for inclusion and diversity. I am a Jesus follower, and he teaches that we need to lean into minority groups. We need to, they're not like us. And so diversity and inclusion is very important. I don't want to come off as just to be reminded, but at the same time, it doesn't have to be pushed into the, it's just gone too far, and I want to rein it back in.
John Lyman. Well, first, thank you, David, and thank you to the Board of Realtors for putting this on and hosting this. I'm glad everybody was here. I think these opportunities are great for us to all get together and talk. Things get lost in translation on Facebook and in commercials and everything else. So these opportunities are good to get out and get seen. I'm not sure which camera's on, but thank you for watching that one. Thank you for watching. I love this town. I love this district. I want to continue to see it grow and move forward. I want to see us work together. I want to see us celebrate our city's diversity. I want to see us celebrate our school's diversity. I think it was James that said that, when we've got people coming in from around the country and around the world, that's my favorite thing to ask my kids coming back from a holiday is, did you make any new friends and where are they from? Because it's always somebody from somewhere, and it's awesome. And then how disappointed or sad they are when they leave. It's like, these are the experiences that I'm so thankful my children get to have. I want to continue supporting our faculty and staff, all the way from our district administrators to our principals to our custodial staff, everybody, our teachers, the folks that get lost sometimes, our English language learners, teachers, our art teachers, our music teachers, our PE teachers. We need to support these folks. And lastly, I want to make sure that all of our schools, all of the students in all of our schools have the same experience. It should not matter where you live. It should not matter where you are from. It should not matter what your familial situation is. Every student deserves the same experience. And it's our job as a board, it's our job as educators, it's our job as parents to make sure that they get that. Chris Horn.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Columbia Board of Realtors, for hosting this. Thank you to the fellow candidates. I'm glad that we've got a lot of interest in pursuing these seats. Before I close, I just want to circle back to the original question because I want to really be clear. Like we saw some really hateful responses to the Columbia Values Diversity Breakfast. Say that there were a lot of parents who responded out of concern. There were a lot of parents who said, "Hey, look, I feel like you've taken my position as a parent and taking the opportunity away from me to have this conversation with my kid before we go into these things." That would have been a much better response to have from the district doing it. So I just wanted to clarify that before closing. And as a close, you heard me talk a little bit about governance. David, I really appreciate that. Two of the questions really centered around the responsibility of the school board. And so I want to start having a conversation with potential board members, with current board members, with community, and really be clear about the things that we're responsible for versus the things that we're concerned about. We're concerned about everything that happens in this district, every single thing. And from a governance perspective, we should be focused on the things that we should be responsible for. The more things that we spend time on that we're concerned about, which again are worthy of time, and so I think about those as two concentric circles, as potential board members, as current board members, and as community. I challenge community to hold us accountable to the things that we're responsible for. Thank you all for the time tonight.
Paul Harper. Thank you for the opportunity to be here, and thank you candidates for everybody who was very respectful tonight. I certainly appreciate that. I believe in the Columbia Public Schools. This is my community. I want to serve my community. I believe that I can help move the Columbia School District through becoming a teacher in hourly crisis. I believe that I can help the district become a competitive employer. I believe that I can make the district more accountable to the people. I believe that I can move our financial information to match our rhetoric. The middle is not. I'm asking for your vote. Thank you.
James Gordon.
Thank you, David, and thank you to the Realtors for hosting this event. Thank you again to my fellow candidates. I've been having a really good time campaigning and talking to the public and our audience as well. This has been a lot of fun, actually. I know we're talking about some serious stuff, but I think that there's actually a lot of joy in this work. And so I also want to say a big thank you to our educators, our students, our admins, and the district staff who are already doing this work, and lift them up and all the things that they've accomplished so far. My platform for this race is focused on equity and accessibility. Those things are already happening here. We just need to find ways of extending them. And I also want to lift up that third point about how we do that basic thing of showing up and meeting each other where we are. And we do that by being a little less fixated on, what we think things should be, and start to celebrate a little more about what we already have, that abundance that's already within our community. Again, my name is James Gordon, and I hope that you will join me at my coffee hours at Cafe or Aroma Coffee House on Friday from 9 to 11 a.m. Thanks.
April Corral.
So I think you guys got that I was a little passionate about this. It's something that I've done forever. And when we were talking as a family as to whether or not I was going to run for the school board, because it was an incredibly difficult decision. My youngest said to me, "Mom, you're already doing the work. You might as well do it in an official capacity." So I thought that was a very good observation by my senior that is moving out into the world. I hope that everyone that's able to be here today and on Facebook will continue to follow the race. With 6 candidates, it's really hard to get a lot of information out and a lot of questions out there. I don't believe we have any questions on student achievement, for example, which is the focus of our district. And so that is one of the things that I'm looking forward to working on, is looking at our data on how we can improve student achievement. And I appreciate everybody coming out today, and would like to remind you to vote April in April.
The election is April 4th, and there will be 3 spots for the school board. And so keep that in mind. I think this has been a good kickoff to the forum season, and I trust that some in the later forums will ask about student achievement and some of these other issues and some follow-up. And I hope that the media here got some good starting points to delve deeper into the perspectives of these 6 candidates. So I think it'd be appropriate to clap for them, because they are. Thank you all. Good luck to all of you. And we'll take about a 15-minute break as we reset for the city council positions. They'll come up next at approximately 6:45.
I think it's a big honor that Mark would really appreciate the fact that the Columbia Board of Realtors has decided to name their forum after him because he enjoyed debating, whether it was friends or in a more formal setting, and he enjoyed discussing issues.
I think the first interviews probably that I did with him had to do with his political buttons, and he would come in and many of us knew that we had probably thrown away some in the past, thinking that these were no longer valuable, but to Mark they were like, this is a find, and he would tell you whether it was valuable or not.
One thing I'll really miss about Mark is he and I used to talk on the phone all the time, and especially during election night, we would call each other back and forth and text each other back and forth. So it was really hard to not have him this year to be able to talk about what was going on with the elections.
You know, Mark was a citizen, you know, and I truly admired him because he firmly believed in the goodness of government. He believed in the goodness of citizens. He encouraged people to run for office. He encouraged people to read their local newspaper, to go to meetings, to debate each other, and in a civil way. And I think that if there's one legacy, and it's that he would hope that everyone would just be involved in the community, be involved in Columbia, know your neighbors, take care of your neighborhood, take care of each other.
Mark was a tireless worker and supporter of our industry. He helped new practitioners and seasoned practitioners understand the nuances and the importance of local elections and the nuances of ordinances.
Nobody in this town knew more about zoning, about regulations, about the minutiae of city government, especially as it related to if you've got a new development, if you're doing some real estate work, if there's a plot of land here, a plot of land there. Nobody knew more about that stuff than Mark.
Mark was a great communicator, and I saw him as a planning and zoning commissioner. I saw him at neighborhood meetings. We didn't always agree.
I just got this. Just get all your name. Yes.
Which one?
It's going to matter to the microphone on water. Nick,
David, do you mind?
and I'll give you one also. And they're almost ready to go, so there's some chemical candidate. So as we get settled, this is part 2 of our night, and again, it's my honor and privilege to be able to be a part of this. I really thank the Board of Realtors for including me because this is important matters that we handle here with local elections like school board and city council. The forum is named after Mark Farnen. Again, I think most of you know who Mark was, and he was such especially when it comes to city issues, he could tell us all what we needed to know as far as zoning and everything else that's happening in this community, and we miss him dearly, but glad to be able to remember him to this candidate forum. So come April 4th, if you live in the 1st ward or if you live in the 5th ward, you'll be electing a city council representative. You'll see that we have 3 persons at the front tables now. There are actually 4 who are going to be on the ballots, 2 for each ward. Pat Fowler is in Ward 1.
She is the incumbent and she is not able to be here tonight because of work obligations, but we still will continue to present her opponent and have him in this particular forum to be able to answer our questions. And then we have both candidates for Ward 5, Donald Waterman and Greg Bush, and we appreciate them being here. We're going to do this similar to the way that we did the school board candidates. We will have each candidate do a 2-minute introduction, and then we will go to questions. The Board of Realtors have a list of questions, and I will try to get all of those in best I can, and then maybe add some follow-ups or add some of my own, and then we'll maybe have time for questions that would come from the audience. We're going to limit this to 90 minutes. If we go that far, fine. If everybody passes over from exhaustion before then we will not go that distance. Or I shouldn't say that. I don't think anybody's going to do that. But if we all talked ourselves out, then we just will say that's it for the night, because I think they'll have another 1 or 2 forums before they are through the election on April 4th. So again, welcome. Thank you for being here. We'll have a 2-minute opening comment. I think I'll start with Nick Cadoka, closest to me, and we'll go that way on these opening comments. Nick.
Thank you, David, and to the Board of Realtors for hosting the first, what I'm sure will be many candidate forums between now and the April 4th election. My name is Nick. I'm running for the 1st Ward Council seat. I'm originally from the St. Louis area, where I was born and raised by a single mother as the youngest of 3 children. From my childhood, I know intimately what it's like to be evicted, to experience food insecurity, and to not necessarily know how you're going to make it through let alone the cold without heat, which is very timely given our weather forecast here. Through the fortune of a public education made up of teachers who believed in me and even went so far as to pay my college application fees, I not only graduated high school, but went on to Mizzou as a student where I earned my degrees and ultimately settled down here in Columbia. Since then, I now work for a national nonprofit as the Mid-Missouri Regional Director. But outside of work, I have the honor of serving on the Board of Directors for the Boys and Girls College of Columbia. In addition to that, I have served on over a half dozen local boards and commissions, including the Housing and Community Development Commission, the Board for the Family Access Center of Excellence, and the Bicycle and Pedestrian Commission. I'm running to represent the 1st Ward because as a resident, I've seen firsthand how often our issues and our challenges and opportunities are overlooked, and how rarely a plan or an opportunity to present a path forward, an effective path, has been offered that includes everyone at the table. I believe that progress requires more than finger pointing, and that highlighting a problem is only the first step in solving it. Taking responsibility and ensuring that everyone has a seat at the table, even when we disagree, is key to addressing Columbia's diverse needs and bringing actual improvements to the 1st Ward that are long overdue. Again, my name is Nick Canoth. I'm running for the 1st Ward Council seat, and I'm looking forward to the questions.
Thank you. Ward 5, current council person decided not to run, so we will have a new council person from Ward 5. Donald Waterman, your opening comment.
Thank you, David, and thank you to the Columbia Board of Realtors. My name is Don Waterman. Real quick history. Grew up Northeast Missouri, dairy farm, so I understand hard work ethic. Out of high school, I joined the Navy, made a career out of it, 24 years active duty. Retired in 2001, moved to Columbia, looking for work after my retirement. Began working at the university, several different positions there, finished up as a computer trainer. Enjoyed that. Left in 2010 to go to Chicago. I got a graduate degree in mental health counseling, moved back here, went to work for Bass Pro, and now I currently work at American Outdoor Brands out on Route Z. American Outdoor Brands, real quick, we manufacture about 20 different brands, outdoor accessories for the shooting, hunting, fishing, outdoor camping, outdoor lifestyle. Married, my wife is a retired Columbia public school teacher. We were married while I was in grad school, one of the reasons I came back here. Mental health is an issue for me. It was an issue when I ran in 2016. I ran for the 46th district for the Missouri House. So mental health is something that I care about. So the other reason is I'm running to represent the Fifth Ward. Is part of it is simply because it was getting late in the filing process. No one seemed to have stepped up. So I decided that why not send me? So I stepped up, got on the ballot. Basically, I'm looking to make sure that the development, because in the Fifth Ward, there's a lot of development going on, but making sure that it's done and done well, so that everyone can travel and get around in the Fifth Ward. So looking forward to the questions.
Thank you. Greg Bush, welcome, and your opening comment, please.
Thank you, David, and Jamie, for having us. I'm probably not known very well here in the room, so I'll give you a little bit of my CV. Moved here in Columbia in 2006. I graduated from Sinclair School of Nursing in 2012. I'm an RN by trade. I went through the accelerated program at Sinclair School, which means I already had a college degree. I had a college degree, an art degree from Illinois Wesleyan, 1998. I was such a good artist, I had to become a nurse because I like to pay bills and eat and be dry and warm. Right after that, right after graduating from nursing school in 2012, I became an acute care med-surg nurse. Worked my way up through that for a little bit of time. Charge nurse, shift supervisor, and now I'm a coordinator for patient education and professional development in the Office of Professional Practice. Patient education is important because it's about health literacy, making sure that our patients stay out of our hospital. Again, I come from the acute care world. And then professional development because I like to identify individuals, grow them personally for the sake of themselves and their families and their future, for the sake of the institution. Exceptional nurses going forward. And I'll yield back to balance on my time.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I'm not sure any of you were here at the beginning of the previous forum when we had the school board candidates, so maybe this will be a surprise question to you. And it's the first one I asked them, because what happened at the diversity breakfast last Thursday was meant that the city, as well as the school, has been the target of criticism because of what happened at that particular event. So my question, the way I worded it a while ago is, and we'll start with Nick Knoth on this one, what is your reaction to the reactions of the event that was the Martin Luther King Jr. Diversity Breakfast from last week?
Yeah, I wish I could have been there because it sounded like a very interesting and exciting opportunity. I think the issue overall has been far and away overblown beyond anything that actually matches reality. You know, could communication have been better with parents? The answer, or to constituents, and the answer to that is always yes. Communication should always be improved and can always be improved. But as for any of the the hateful speech that's been used around the performance that was given, I think it's been far and away overblown, and that's my opinion on it.
Okay, we'll go to Don Waterman on this one also, and again, I feel it's an appropriate question because the mayor has received letters on this, and the city council persons also are included in some of the criticism of what happened there. Your reaction to the event?
I have to agree with Nick. I think some of it has been overblown. I know there's been some questions back and forth about how much Columbia Public Schools knew and communicated to the parents before the event. I've heard that it was readily available, but they didn't. I don't know the full story yet. I wasn't there. So I'm waiting to hear a little more about it, but I do have to agree with Nick. I think some of it has been overblown, which serves nobody. It's time to have a discussion. Let's just talk about it, find out. And there's nothing wrong with the diversity. I think the breakfast itself has been going on for years. I think it's a wonderful thing. I know it seems like there was just simply one segment of it that has caused all the issue. So again, I'm looking to get a little more information about who knew what when, so to speak. And that's it.
All right, thank you. Greg Bush, same question.
So to be clear, there was an event, there was a reaction, and there was a reaction to the reaction.
I'm curious as about when you heard what happened.
Yes.
how did you react? What were your thoughts?
About the event?
Yeah, about the controversy and all of the criticism and everything else that has occurred since then.
I'm not impressed with the noise. I'm just not, it's a lot of noise. Number one, it's not a Ward 5 issue, and I'm not even in Ward 5, but I'll tell you what my heart is, okay? I was not there. I saw stills. I had friends that were there. There is no controversy except for a handful. So these people have their controversies, have their desires and their wants, and they contact the governor and our state senator over men dancing. Okay, my art degree is a theater art degree. I have been in costume in front of people. Not impressed with the plans.
I'm going to do a follow-up here. And let's say that you are elected to the city council, and I'll start with Nick Knoth again, since this is a follow-up to this question. When next year's planning for the diversity breakfast occurs, and the only reason that this is, I think, an appropriate subject for council persons is because the city's name is, and they sponsor this, it's a city event. So when this comes up and you're in a meeting with other council persons and city staff, what would you hope would have been learned from this year?
I think my first question would be, what can we do to improve our communication on the, agenda for the event? Because again, to me, it comes back to that. If that's the only perhaps real issue at hand is again, it can always be a critique, is that there was a lack perhaps of communication. And so that would be my reaction in the future is, let's not give anyone an excuse to question being informed on what they are going to or sending their kids to or coming to in any way, shape, or form, to the extent possible, because people can always somehow still be uninformed.
Don Waterman, same question to you. You're elected, planning is coming up, and you're going to say, here's what we need to do to avoid anything like this next time.
Again, I think I have to agree with Nick that one, make sure that it's communicated fully to everyone. The other thing is in the issue of trying to be inclusive, we can be inclusive without being confrontational. And that's, so I would want to make sure that whatever the program is, that we look at it, yes, we're inclusive. And I actually think that a lot of this whole controversy has actually pulled away from what the purpose of the diversity breakfast was, and that's to celebrate Dr. King.
Okay, Greg Bush, same question to you.
There is nothing controversial that happened at this breakfast. I wasn't there. I've seen stills. This is completely fabricated. Now, the question is, if a constituent came to me and had some thoughts and said, hey, I want to share my opinion with you. Okay, I can listen. But the reality is that there have been people around. I've been to the Lorraine Hotel, and there are letters to the editor from the 1950s in Arkansas saying, my children will never sit next to an insert and work here as long as I live. That is the worst thing that could happen to my child. There is no controversy.
Let's go to the next question. And this is one that I think you'll say, okay, this is something I can see dealing with that will be important. Don Waterman, you'll be first on this. We've been talking about a solution to affordable housing in Columbia for many years. Now we're dealing with home shortages in all price ranges and rentals. How would you help create additional housing in Columbia?
Creating additional housing in Columbia, are we talking about across the board, or are we talking about specifically affordable housing?
I would say probably all kinds of housing, because I think the Board of Realtors is concerned with every price range.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification. I think what we need to help build Columbia, I firmly believe that development is necessary. Now, should it be done well? Should it be done reasonably? Should it be done appropriately, economically, environmentally friendly, whatever you want to use? Yes, and all of that. But development is necessary. on the, if you want to say for the fifth ward, we've got the development that's going in on Sinclair Road. So make sure that that's done. Make sure the infrastructure is in place. Make sure that the roads, there are plans there to widen Nifong to 4 lanes all the way down. So make sure that that is done as quickly as possible, if not concurrent with the development. As far as for more affordable housing, maybe we can take a look at internally in downtown, some of the other wards, whether it's renovation or we can work on maybe some multifamily dwellings. There's a lot of different options that I think we can take a look at and discuss. I don't think there's any one cookie cutter approach.
Greg Bush, same question to you about dealing with home shortages in all price ranges and rentals. And is there a way that you would suggest we can create additional housing in Columbia?
So the reason why there's a home shortage is because so many people want to move here because Columbia is just a gem. That's why. I think we need to continue to develop public-private partnerships with mixed use housing, maybe areas of condos where you have owners of their homes in an association that will kind of manage some of the other things, some of the snow removal and some of the lawn care, and that we need home ownership again of all different brackets. There can be more apartment buildings. There can be more, and the reason why, let's remember, the reason why is because people want to come to Columbia. So public-private partnerships, making sure that our infrastructure is for 5 months from now, 5 years from now, 5 decades from now, as we continue to grow. And I don't see Columbia shrinking. I think Columbia is going to continue to grow because we are drawing talent. We are drawing the best from around all of us up here. We're drawing the best to Columbia. So that's the way I would do it.
And we'll go to Nick Knoke on this question.
So the key to addressing affordable housing is more housing, right? That's at the end of the day. That's the only way you fix affordable housing. And the first ward is a wonderful microcosm of a lot of challenges in Columbia, and especially affordable housing. We have everything from houses that you can get for under 6 figures to houses that are $500,000 and above. But we need to do everything, all of the above, and we need to address and create programs that help refurbish and incentivize the rehabilitation of dilapidated housing in the first ward that benefit, to be filled as well. And those touch on planning and zoning issues where even planning and zoning staff admit that the process for anyone from an individual to a developer is arduous and could be streamlined. But we need all of the above. There's not much in the first ward in terms of someone's going to build a new subdivision, but a lot of rehab needs to be done, a lot of opportunities there. And I think a key tool that we do not currently have in our toolbox that would benefit Columbia is a community land bank that could be done in partnership with the city and the county, even among some other private entities as well, to help subsidize the development of affordable housing, which is, in my opinion, the most effective path forward.
I appreciate you ending with that. I just want to follow up with this, and it's the one suggested by the board's questions. But if I'm a builder, I say affordable housing, it's not something that I will do because it just doesn't pay. It's hard to do affordable housing, and I think make enough from building that kind of housing. So I want to make sure that everybody's hearing what you say. We go to Don Waterman first. So what is the affordable housing solution? Is it public-private? Is it subsidizing? What do you see? What would you stand for as a city council person when it comes to that particular issue?
I think both of those are issues or ideas that can certainly be looked at, maybe melded together. Again, there's a broad range, and again, I don't think there's any one answer. Yes, is it renovation? Is it taking maybe some existing structures, turning them into multi-use, multi-family dwellings, apartments? I know that there have been a lot of new apartment complexes that have gone up around the town. Can we continue to develop those? I think it's finding the developer. Yes, not all developers want to do it because of the profit margins that may be involved, but those developers are out there that are willing to do it. So it's finding those and utilizing those developers and coming up, there's a way forward. I don't have a specific answer today.
Greg Bush, you brought up public-private partnerships. You'll probably want to expand on that, but how far does the city go on that?
Well, the city can, there's only so much that a city can do. We need builders to build things that are not just for students. All of the apartment buildings and things that have gone, none of them have gone up like in Ward 5 with respect to that. What I see for a future of Columbia is where we have a workforce that can afford some of the nicer homes as well, some of the single family homes, some condos, quadplexes, duplexes, those kinds of things. And if there is a developer that says, hey, I'm not going to be able to do this for whatever reason, it's just not going to be profitable enough, I will suggest we can find somebody else who will do that. They've just created a place in the marketplace for a demand for a developer that can do the kinds of things that we need for them to do. So this is, as a city council person, this is looking at zoning, making sure that we have infrastructure in place so that our sewer, again, 5 months from now, 5 years from now, 5 decades from now, these are the kinds of things that we will need to do and maintain that strong, robust, resilient local economy.
Nick Canote, the follow-up to you, you mentioned land banks. I think the city does have a program right now, doesn't it, where some houses are being built, city owns the land, and the person who's going to get the house is
the land trust.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So the land trust is a great example of something that is working very hard to help address affordable housing, but whether it's the Community Land Trust or Habitat for Humanity or Job Point or whoever it may be, or the Housing Authority that is building projects, no one actor can address the issue alone. And that goes back to my point in my opening statement of we need everybody at the table in order to address a lot of these larger challenges in our community. And specific to the first ward, we have a dire need for infill. I mean, there's no shortage of empty lots. And one of the challenges there, again, is planning and zoning that starts out with a good purpose, but makes it very arduous to accomplish something like building cottage-style housing or things like that to increase density and therein affordable housing. I can tell you just on, I live on Oak Street, and there's at least 6 or 7 lots within a block of my house that I would love to see houses built in, whether from a land trust or an individual or a developer. And that brings me to my point that's more overall with our city is that we have a lot of sticks on the city government side. We don't have a lot of carrots in terms of encouraging a true affordable housing development, whether it's in the first ward or citywide. We've done a really great job on sticks. We can really penalize people for everything under the sun, I would imagine at this point. But we really need to incentivize both individuals and developers and nonprofits and everyone, again, at the table to lean in and tell us what do they need, what would it take to get them to really start building both in the first ward and the infill, but also citywide.
Greg Bush gets this question first. This is one we may discuss till we're all in the grave a long time. The city is getting feedback on a roll cart trash system. How would you change the current trash and recycling service, or would you privatize it?
Oh, no privatization. No.
Hey, I'm just reading.
I'm not taking it personal. I don't want to take it personal. Look, I didn't think this was going to be really, with respect to roll carts and solid waste, there's a lot of different players at stake. Some of them are the employees of sanitation, that we need to make sure that they continue to be safe, that they have a safe workspace. When I moved here in 2006, I had never heard of a trash bag voucher system before, but alas, okay, this is how we do things here in Columbia. I can adapt and learn. But I think that has gone by the wayside. I don't think that that is sustainable. And it is not sustainable. So what's next? A rolling trash can might be it. But the reality is that some people have built their whole lives around these trash bags, their whole way of doing things. They have a house that is a certain distance from the curb, and they have some real concerns about a roll cart. Well, let's make sure that those people that have those concerns are actually we address them as neighbors, as friends, as helpers, because they are our neighbors and we need to help them. So whatever happens, I think we have to be resilient, and I think our neighbors do too.
Nick Kanoth, your reaction or response to the question, how would you change the current trash and recycling service, or should it be privatized?
Great topic. I feel like it's been going on for like 20 years or more now, something of that nature. Well, first of all, it shouldn't be privatized. I mean, we have a great staff that's more than capable of handling it. Should we transition to a roll cart system, which I will go on the record and say I am in favor of that transition. To me, it comes down to smart policy and smart government. Is it perfect? No. I mean, every policy that the city will ever do is going to have errors and struggles. Whether it's to Greg's point of somebody, I don't have room for it, which is a serious concern in the first ward with lots and houses can be much smaller. Or I'm an older person, maybe I struggle with it, or I have disability. Fortunately, we have programs already in existence for those folks to get support from the city to roll their cart out for any reason. And again, it's smart policy. We need to both protect our workers from continuing worker compensation issues where they're getting hurt on the job and nobody wants that, and increase the efficiency of our system, which is currently bleeding money and incredibly inefficient. And I don't think anyone in City Hall or in this room or anywhere would disagree with that statement.
And Don Waterman, you're last on the road cart, the final word on this.
I have to agree. I'm in favor of roll carts. I think that, as Greg said, when I first moved here 20 years ago, I was in the same boat. It's like, we're still using plain trash bags. Okay. As far as the question about privatization, I would say it's not completely off the table for me. Take a look at it, evaluate it. Nick just said that the current system is bleeding. Is that an option? Let's take a look at that. But the roll carts, I think it was plain. I went to one of the open forums that they had a couple of weeks ago about the trash issue. And from the questions that were there, questions that were on the survey, I think it's pretty clear the city's already made up its mind of going to roll carts, which I support. I fully agree.
We're going to move to Nick Kanoth on this, and the question has to do with crime in Columbia. How would you improve public safety?
That's a great question. So I think public safety overall deserves a few things, which is it deserves to be well funded, it deserves to be well resourced and well staffed. At the end of the day, it needs to be very effectively held accountable. And what that means differs to a lot of people. And again, I'm sure it will be the last time. I'm going to go back to my point of needing everyone at the table to address the public safety issues, everything ranging from police to fire and EMS. Nobody wants to be in an emergency, whatever it may be, and call 911 and be put on hold, or it to take longer than it could humanly take to get from wherever the person is, whether it's fire or police or EMS, to where the emergency is happening. That is just, I believe, an objectively true statement that we all want that when we call 911. Now, there are certainly issues within our public safety and certainly issues within communities where there is perhaps a lack of trust with certain public safety departments. But again, we're never going to address those issues and find some type of compromise, some type of path forward if we're not bringing everyone to the table, even when we disagree.
Don Waterman, your thoughts about crime in Columbia and how would you improve public safety?
My anecdotal impression, I know that there have been statistics that it's about the same, but my anecdotal impression is that crime has gotten worse in the 20 years that I've lived here. The three of us, there was a briefing from the city manager and a number of departments this past Saturday, just information, general information for us. But one of the things they mentioned was that we're currently, I believe it's 21 police officers short, and there's another, I think 21 scheduled to retire within the next 5 years or eligible to retire. So that's something that needs to be addressed, whether it's salary, whether it's working environment. But I think that that's something, we're not going to get safer with fewer officers on the street. So we need to fill the police force. Now, as far as accountability goes, yes, they should all be held accountable. They are being held accountable. How that's done, maybe we may disagree, but they are being held accountable. Bad police officers have no business wearing a badge, wearing a uniform. They need to be weeded out. So it would be incumbent upon the police department, but the citizens could also make sure that if they see an officer acting inappropriately, report. Let it be addressed, let it be looked at. The police department should obviously police from within as well, and I'm reasonably confident that they do. So I think that that's what we need to work on, is getting the police force back to full strength, which is going to go a long way towards making us safer and being that gem that we think Columbia is.
Greg Bush.
Public safety is a lot more than people that are armed on our streets wearing badges. Fire response, EMS, people having emergencies, people in distress. Someone who's in distress does not need an armed response. Expanding, how does crime decrease? We know how crime decreases. There's people that study it at the university. Increase economic opportunity, making sure that people have access to clean air, clean water, food, education, and know their neighbors. My first house when I moved here was in the first ward, and I got to know my neighbors in the first ward because I wanted them to know who I was, so they could know who I was not, and would know if somebody is not me around my house. That is what creates public safety: a community of neighbors, a community of helpers. There was a University of Missouri student that crime was solved without firing a shot. We do not need armed people on our streets to keep us safe. We need to know our neighbors.
Let me do a follow-up question on this. And it's hard to ask this follow-up because, Greg, you just answered how you might answer this question. But I'll start with Nick Knoth. If we need to have a staff of police officers on the Columbia Police Department staff that is fully staffed, not every, but I don't know of any law enforcement agencies right now who think that they have a lot of qualified candidates to fill vacancies. So how do we do that? And some will maybe answer, I'll anticipate higher salaries. And if we do higher salaries, are you as a council person supportive of putting that issue to a vote again? And if not, then what do we pay less for to pay police officers more?
There's a few questions in there.
Yeah. How do we staff?
Yeah.
How do we get fully staffed?
So, to your point, the obvious question, the first answer rather is always, money. Money helps a lot of things. So we can always improve pay, and that's true citywide in terms of staffing issues. But I think we need to make it a place where officers and up-and-coming peace officers, perhaps whether it's in training or just someone thinking about becoming one, wants to work. The nationwide people don't want to be cops right now, and that's something that no one city, Columbia included, can address by itself. But if we can work with our officers, with our community, to make it a force, to make it a police force, a peace department where people are proud of it and respect it, I think that would go a long way, and that's not going to happen overnight. Again, kicking a dead horse, that's going to take everyone at the table working together to say, how do we address this issue? How do we make this a place where people want to work, where they take pride in their work and they take pride in being a part in their role in this community?
Don Waterman, same question to you. Getting fully staffed in the police department.
I think that, yes, recruiting is an issue, as Nick said. Right now, they're given the public sentiment, not a lot of people want to volunteer to become police officers. One of the things, again, on our Saturday briefing, Chief Jones mentioned that they're working with the Career Center to help the Columbia Career Center to develop a program. I don't know how effective that's been, how old it is, but I think that's one alternative. I think part of it is if we can start working with the high school students or even younger to say, hey, police officer, it's a good profession. It's an honorable profession. It's not something to be scared of. Excuse me. So that's one way. Salaries, yes, that is something that is probably going to have to be addressed. As far as, do we have to go to a vote? It's possible. We may have to go back to the people and say, okay, this is what we're going to need to fully staff the police department. Maybe the vote is specific for funding for the police department and EMS and fire, but policing seems to be the one place where there's a significant shortage. So do we have to go back there? And then if it doesn't pass, or if it has to, what do we trim? I don't know enough details about the current budget to tell you specifically where it would be.
Craig Bush, I want to respect what you said a moment ago and give you an opportunity to answer a different follow-up question. If you want to answer the question that the other two have, feel free to do so. My follow-up question to you would be, how do you create a neighborhood that cares for each other?
It's like a choose your own adventure. What page should I turn to?
I hope you do that one about neighborhoods, because I think you're passionate about that. You're saying that is a solution. We need that more than more people on the streets with guns and law enforcement badges. So how do we avoid that?
Sure. I will say about 15 years ago, I interviewed somebody by the name of Mel Duncan, who is a founder of the Nonviolent Peace Force. These are unarmed peacekeepers that go throughout the world in troubled areas and create and organize communities together. And it is not unheard of to have them actually solve the problem of warfare in an area. This is true. There was a civil war in Sri Lanka. I see faces like, oh my gosh, are you serious? It's true. There was a civil war in Sri Lanka, and the Nonviolent Peace Force organized, mostly it was women, mothers, who organized together and banded together and stopped a civil war, an ongoing hot shooting war in Sri Lanka. How do we create community? By finding those connectors that exist in communities of people that know each other and are willing to learn about somebody else. Finding those connectors that value diversity of all kinds, irrespective of how you dress, irrespective of what kind of hair you have, whether it's natural or unnatural, or any other kind of color hair that you would have. That is how we create community. We know how to do this. It's been done. And I think we can trial it here.
We're going to go 30 seconds on this one, guys. So this is going to go pretty fast. And this is kind of a yes or no question. It's again about public safety. I like this question. I think we need to see where you stand on this. I've not said fuse. Is it fusus? Is that how you pronounce it? I only read it, but it's FUSUS. That was the system that was voted on in November by the city council. They, I believe, tabled it at that time. There's some question that it will never come up again. Should the city council have approved the fusus camera system in November, which would have given, as I understand it, businesses the opportunity to get the police to opt into the police having real-time video of what was going on around their areas. And Nick, you're first on this one. 30 seconds.
I'll say I do not have a yes or no to this. I think there was an incredible amount of misinformation and misunderstanding around the subject. And I myself fell victim to that, as I'm sure many folks did, because of how much there was both on social media and even in local news media where there was misunderstandings. And that goes back to, again, a fundamental issue with government in general is always communication is often lacking in terms of clarity and transparency. And so I think it's a very serious subject that deserves a very robust debate, and perhaps this time it comes back up, one with more transparency and clarity for all involved. And again, starting with the foundation of ensuring everybody has a seat at the table, because it's a sensitive subject and it deserves its due diligence.
And Don Waterman, your answer about fusus, whether it should be approved or not.
My initial reaction is actually to say not. And that's more, for me, it's more of a privacy issue. The idea of somebody watching me when I'm walking down the street, I'm not doing anything wrong, but just, it makes me uncomfortable. I know that there could be arguments for it, but from a purely privacy standpoint, I would say no.
Greg Bush,
No. I can extend on that.
you got 30 seconds.
Very
if you
good.
care to.
Very good. If we needed to have cameras that existed in our town, I want them around public buildings, and I want them around our electrical substations and that sort of thing. Those are the kinds of places that I would want cameras outside police station and fire, any sort of public building, but not private businesses.
Okay. Donald Waterman, first for you on this one. The city is taking steps to use ARPA money to build a $15 million homeless shelter, but only has 2 years for funding operations. How do you think the shelter affects homelessness, and how can the city fund the shelter long-term?
From what I have been able to gather about the shelter, it's also going to be done in conjunction with, I believe it's a voluntary action center that is going to be assisting with it. The fact that the ARPA funds provides 2 years of operations, frankly, illustrates the risk that comes with building something like this off of a grant. The grant can end or the funds can run out. It's not local, but we've all been talking about the debt ceiling. One of these days, maybe Congress will decide to try to live within their means. However, anyway, I digress. So I think, but to answer building the shelter is great. It shows the heart is in the right place. We care. We want to do something. Is setting it up, running it for 2 years, and then closing the doors, doing something effective. If it is done in conjunction with the Voluntary Action Center, to where we can get funds, private donations, private fundraising, then I think that's a great thing. And certainly something worth looking into. The other issue, and I don't think anybody really wants to admit it, but if we build this facility, even if it's large enough to house an entire homeless community, there's going to be someone who opts to sleep outside. Plain and simple. Somebody is going to say, I don't care. I don't want to be in that building, sleeping outside. So it's not going to eliminate the problem. Help, yes, but it's not going to eliminate it.
I'll just go ahead and follow up, because I wanted to ask all of you this, but you've given me the opportunity of 30-second follow-up. So what do we do about homelessness, and especially people who choose to live there but become disruptors to those that don't want them hanging out where they're hanging out? Well, I'm thinking about downtown near the Orr Street Studios and things of that nature. Let's say that I choose, I don't want to be in that shelter. I'm going to live on the street, and I'm going to continue to live there until somebody carries me away. What do we do about that? How do we deal with that, if at all?
That's challenging, because if they're on a private business, then it's trespass. If it's public, maybe not trespass. I don't have an exact solution. The easy solution would be to say have the police pick them up and lock them up, but our jails have become our repository for mental health. Is it a matter of getting them, hospitalizing them short-term to get them some sort of treatment, maybe on some medication? I don't know. That's a very difficult question. I don't have a good answer for it at the moment.
Greg Bush, we go to you again. The original question is, the city is taking steps to use ARPA money to build a $15 million homeless shelter. It has 2 years of funding for that. How do you think a shelter affects homelessness, and how can the city fund the shelter long-term?
Well, there's two different kinds of homelessness, or being unhoused, right? There's an acute condition and then a chronic condition. I will suggest that a facility might very well be an investment into our community of somebody who maybe got down on their luck, maybe had some health problems, maybe lost their home, maybe lost their job. That is an investment in them, that they now have a place where they can clean. They have an address to where they can, from where they can send resumes out, or it's all electronic now, but they can get food, they can get water. These are the kinds of things that we can do as an investment in our community. So when you do an investment and you only have this 2 year time horizon, right? When you make that investment, that funding might end at the end of 2 years, but the investments that you've made in our community of helpers, we can find a way to continue to help these people.
I'll give you a chance to follow up if you want to on the overall issue of homelessness or being without shelter. People choose sometimes to live there, but it makes some in the public uncomfortable that they choose to be outside and unsheltered. What would you say in those conditions? How do we deal with that?
Well, let's look inward as to why somebody is uncomfortable with that. I mean, this is my neighbor. Whether they have a house or an address or not, they're still my neighbor. So how would I solve that problem? I don't really see it as a problem. Somebody might be uncomfortable. Sometimes I'm uncomfortable right now. My heart is beating. My watch is telling me that I need to take a break. My heart's beating pathetic right now. I gotta run a marathon. So that doesn't actually solve the problem. There is, I kind of like take issue with the premise of somebody who chooses to sleep outside. I don't think anybody would choose to be freezing.
Let me
choose to be hungry.
clarify that. For a while, you drive down by Cafe Berlin and you would see someone that was taking up residence on the sidewalk there. For a while, when I was downtown, around the corner on whatever numbered street it is on the edge of Bingham's downtown, there was someone who took up residence next to the newspaper dispensers there. I think it's troubling to know someone has to or chooses to do that. I think it makes us uncomfortable as a society to do that. How do we solve that issue? And I know this is a really hard question that deserves more than 30 seconds, but that's not all you got.
I mean, every human being is with dignity, man. It's inherent dignity, right? In the Bible, they talk about how when you take, the wheat leave for the edges for the poor will always be among us. They're still my neighbor.
Okay.
You repeat the original question?
Yeah, the city is taking steps to use ARPA money to build $15 million homeless shelter, but only has 2 years for funding operations. How do you think the shelter affects homelessness, and how can the city fund the shelter long term? 2 questions.
Yeah, so I think it helps. It's another tool in the toolbox, an expensive one at that, no doubt. And in terms of the city's fundraising, or rather, sorry, the funding of it, the city shouldn't be the only funder of it. Can it be a partner in it as it is with a lot of nonprofit projects? Absolutely, the city has a place in that. But there's a reason why the Opportunity Campus has, there's a half dozen nonprofits working in tandem to provide services and to get that up and going. I also want to touch on, and this perhaps leads to the follow-up question that you've been asking. This is homelessness, unsheltered, whatever you want to label it, is a symptom of a larger issue, right? We're just addressing a symptom. And really what it goes back to is a whole wide variety of things, whether it's workforce development, mental health, domestic violence. I mean, again, you can go all the way back to the beginning to early childhood learning, the lack of resources there. It all trickles down. And the Opportunity Campus and all of our efforts are addressing the symptom and not the cause. They try to address the cause in many instances, and again, that's why there's so many nonprofits partnering together for this Opportunity Campus to help, turn those acute or otherwise homeless or unsheltered populations into permanently housed individuals and rather productive members of our community. But they can only do so much, and again, we're looking at a symptom and not the cause.
You want any additional time? I've given it to the other 2. I don't, but your opponent's not here, so you can do that.
That's all right.
Let's go to Greg Bush. There's been some concern in the community regarding board and commission appointments over the past few years. How can the city attract more qualified people to boards and commissions?
Well, we're a community of helpers. Let's find those connections between people who help. We have a whole school of people who study the right ways to do things, right? And when you learn more, you do better. And boards and commissions, you are known by your fruits, right? So when we have a strong, robust local economy, we will continue to attract people to our community. And those helpers, those community members, will be elected, not elected, but appointed to serve. Make it an attractive offer. You get to be a part of the 4th largest city in the state of Missouri and make a better future for everyone. That's pretty attractive to me. So how can we attract them? I mean, sell the sizzle, right? We're Columbia.
Nick, the same question to you. How can the city attract more qualified people to boards and commissions?
Make it worth doing. There are too many boards and commissions, and council and staff are aware of this. There's kind of dragged on past their intended purpose. So we need to cut out ones that are arguably serve no purpose anymore, and make the ones that are useful, that serve a very direct purpose. As an example, like everything from planning and zoning to housing community developments are very, very important purposes. But there's a lot of in between that doesn't. And so we need to make it worthwhile. And one way to do that is making the work of those commissioners, of those board members in some cases, actually meaningful, because sometimes, and this may surprise people, but the board or commission will make a suggestion to council and that means nothing. And council should, if they're actively recruiting, as they should be to these boards and commissions, take those, the advice and the recommendations of those boards and commissions that they appointed and created more seriously.
Donald Waterman, your response to how can the city attract more qualified people to boards and commissions?
I think part of it is actually kind of combining what both Nick and Greg have said is sell the sizzle, make it aware, make people aware of it. How many, just a broad rhetorical question because I don't have time to do it, but how many of us know how many boards and commissions need to be staffed? I don't think there's anybody in this room knows the answer to that question because there are a lot of them. And as Nick said, some may have outlived their usefulness and need to be disposed of. Some can maybe combined, but then make it attractive. Make it so that, yes, you're making a difference. You're making a difference in Columbia. This is your town. So advertise it, get it out there. That this is an opportunity. You know, we always talk about pay for teachers and police officers and firemen and EMS. Maybe we need to do something about a small stipend. I know recently they started issuing a small stipend for council members. 10 years ago, 6 years ago, they didn't have that. So maybe a small stipend to serve on the board. I know I was a member of the mental health task force that the county put together. And to be honest, I was a little disappointed in it. It was put together to do a survey, do a study associated with the county jail, and then they were keeping it going. But a lot of the meetings that I went to, they would bring in somebody to talk about mental health, but not so much how it affected Boone County and Columbia. So is that one that maybe doesn't need to exist?
I wanted to ask a quick follow-up, 30 seconds. We'll start with Greg Bush, and I need to be educated on this. Are you aware of how members of boards and commissions are chosen? Are they at the whim of a mayor to too much of a degree? And should council people have more of a say in that?
I was told there would be no math.
It's just who's got the power to say, yes, this person would make a good commission member?
Yeah, so the way that it's been described to me, and I've seen, is that there are recommendations that are made, and I really want to speak more intelligently about this, and I'll just have to educate myself to speak more intelligently.
I appreciate that. And Nick Canone, do you have any comment on that? How this goes about and how it comes down? I mean, there have been some stories within the last few years of mayors who have decided, I don't like this roster of candidates, we will not proceed.
Mm-hmm. So a couple things there. So there are commissions and task forces and board where the mayor does have the right to make that appointment unilaterally. Traditionally, they still look for approval from their council members, but that's more of again, a tradition that it is required by these. The vast majority of the commissions require 4/7 of the or 4/9 of the council to approve somebody to that commission or board or what it may be. And to David's point of, sometimes entire slates are ignored. That does occur. And oftentimes, in my experience, it's because of a lack of qualification. Because again, there are certain boards that do require a level of experience given their topics, such as water and light, where perhaps you want somebody with an engineering background or something relevant to the subject material. And in those cases, they will, reasonably so, say we need to search for more people and do a better job of recruiting and advertising it.
Don Waterman, same question.
Well, from my experience, albeit limited, but part of it is also an application process. You know, the individual has to, there's a form for the various board or commission. Yes, there are qualifications for some of the boards. So they list those qualifications, their other interests, what else might make them interested in it. I don't know how many of them are strictly filled on a solicitation basis. But again, I know there's commonly, you'll see a note, local political organization will say, hey, these boards and commissions are now seeking or have vacancies. You know, if you're interested, you know, here's how you apply. And then, yes, then it's voted on by the appropriate organization for whatever board or commission.
We're going to go to another question. Nick, you're first on this one. What do you think the role of a city council person should be?
To be representative of their ward, so that their personal thoughts. A council member should be engaged and present in their ward more often than they're not. They should be available to attend the formal and informal gatherings of their voters and of their community leaders, whether it's church or nonprofit or business. They're just there to, fundamentally be a sponge, right? To soak up any and all information about their ward, their concerns, the challenges and opportunities, and to the best of their ability, act on that and to represent their ward as a 1/6 of the city council for the ward.
Don, same question. What do you think the role of a city council person should be?
As Nick said, to represent their ward. I think that is their primary focus, but also recognizing that they are, as he said, 1/6 of a body that works to make Columbia as a whole better, answer questions, address various issues, whether it's fire safety, fire, EMS, police, is it infrastructure, is it trash collection, facilities, roads. So we're part of, and we have to work together for all of Columbia. And yes, we represent the entire ward, regardless of whether we agree with everybody or we disagree. And people, we're going to disagree with roughly half of the people in the ward. So we have to represent all of them, a list of them. I think that was a great line, Nick, about just being a sponge, just listening is very important.
And Greg Bush, what do you think the role of a city council person should be?
To be an advocate for your ward, to be an advocate for people that may not have a voice, and to ensure the promise of Columbia for today, tomorrow, and into the next decade. That's the role. It's going to be if I am chosen as the next Ward 5 city councilman, it will be my votes that create a future for Columbia, that create a future for Ward 5. It's quite a thing that we have these wards and you have to live in the wards and do all the things in the wards. And what that shows is we are tying our fates together. That which befalls my neighbor befalls me as well. So as a council person, my role is to be that neighbor. I know it sounds a little Mr. Rogers-y, but we're a community. And I have to advocate for my neighbors, for my own heart, be able to look with my family in the eye at the end of the day and know that I really tried to make sure that the promise of Columbia continued.
This is another question that the board provided. The question of residency for city council members has come up a few times. Do you think there should be stricter residency requirements for city council members? I'm not familiar with this particular part of the city governance, but Don Waterman, we'll start with you. Your thoughts on being tied in and residency?
I think it's critically important that the council person for that ward live in the ward. To my understanding, I'm not sure exactly what you meant by making it stricter, because my understanding it's kind of a yes or no issue.
Greg Bush, any comment on this particular question?
Well, I can say unequivocally that if I'm elected in Ward 5, I will not take my residence to the Virginia suburbs of Washington, D.C. Stay in Ward 5.
Nick Minogue?
Yeah, I think there absolutely needs to be that residency requirement. I think its current status is satisfactory. It's important. As I answered the previous question about the role of concern, it's vital to be physically present in your ward more often than not, and to be available when as much as possible. And you certainly couldn't do that at least easily if you didn't live here.
I'm going to start with Greg Bush on this one, and this surprised me when I saw this question. There hasn't been a performance review of a city manager since 2014. What do you think the role of the city council should be when evaluating a city manager? What role does the city council have? City manager.
Crucial. The role of the city council is crucial to reviewing the city manager. I didn't know that actually that hadn't happened. Look, where I work, I get reviewed actually monthly. We set goals monthly, and we have quarterly goals and yearly goals. This hasn't happened to a city manager or to some is. I think Columbia can do better than that. And our role is going to be, we are the ones that hold account, because we are the ones on the dais. We are the ones who our neighbors see our faces, and it's our names that are on the votes. We need to have a review.
The city council has when evaluating a city manager.
Yeah, it's enormous. I mean, objectively, the city manager is the only employee that city council has. That is the only person who answers to them and them alone. So, whether you're a police officer or a front desk attendant or the city manager, accountability is a must in government. And I think it is imperative that council holds an annual review to, whether it's to reward them for their good efforts or to do the opposite. That is just, that's good government, and that's good policy. It benefits everyone.
Don Waterman, same question.
I'm surprised it has been 9 years since we've had a performance review for the city manager. And I absolutely agree that it needs to be done. I don't think I've worked at any place of the military since I left the farm that I didn't have at least an annual performance review. And I've got a lot of years of work under my belt. So I think that it should be done. The city council is the one that hires a city manager. So they are responsible for his or her actions, and they are accountable to the city council. So yes, the city council, if they haven't done it, quite frankly, I think they're being remiss.
Next question, I'm going to start with Nick Knoth. What do you anticipate would be most rewarding about being on the council?
Being able to help people, big and small. And there's a lot of challenges people face in this community. And it can be as small as someone reaching out to you as a council person saying, who do I need to talk to about a trash issue? or something much larger in terms of having an issue with water and light to my house or something. Being able to help people at the end of the day, I think is both the most rewarding part of serving in a public office, and perhaps the most important one in terms of that is what folks are expecting from you when they elect you is your ability to deliver for them. And that goes back to ensuring that you're listening to them when it comes time for that.
Follow up for you before I move on to Don, and I think it was Don that said it a while ago, or somebody said that decisions you would make are probably going to be half the people, or might have been Greg, not going to agree with the decision that you made. So how do you handle that? You make a decision about trash collection that I think is a terribly wrong decision. How are you going to appease me or help me to understand why I'm not going to be satisfied on that?
Yeah, the foundation of that is communication. I think at the end of the day, all you can do is communicate as clearly and broadly to folks through every medium possible, from Facebook to your city email to TikTok, if that's what people want, and to communicate like, this is the vote I took, this is why I took it, And this is what influenced that decision. And again, going back to, to listen. You need to listen to them just as much as they want an answer from you. They want you to listen to them when they have an issue with what you've done. And that's not always the case.
I'll go to Don Waterman on this. What do you anticipate would be most rewarding about being on the council?
I think it's having impact on the ward, but also the city of Columbia. Being able to help people, as Nick said, nothing more satisfying than somebody comes to you with an issue and you can either resolve it for them or point them in the right direction to get their answer that they need or get the help. So I think that's the biggest thing for me. It's just an opportunity to serve. There's a lot that goes on, and I know I'm learning a lot just going through this process of just what all the city council does and is responsible for. You kind of have an idea of the big picture, but then, issues come up, whether it's trash or whatever. But issues come up and it catches all the headlines and you think that's all the city council has to do. No, there's a lot more to it. So, but just having an impact and having some input on Columbia is probably going to be the reward that I'm seeking.
I'll follow up with the question I followed up with Nick, and that is when a good portion of the people you represent don't like what you just chose, what do you do?
I think Nick nailed it. It's communication. It's saying, look, these are the factors that I considered, and this is why I voted the way I did. I appreciate your input, and thank you, and I welcome it. We can continue to talk about it. The one thing that we have to watch today is we have become so confrontational when it comes to disagreeing. So back away, make sure that we can disagree and agree to disagree. But I think, again, communicate why you made the decision that you did, I think will go a long way.
Greg Bush, what do you anticipate would be most rewarding about being on the council?
To be an advocate. And again, I'll give you all first semester nursing school right away. There's nursing diagnoses that we use, and there's a process that we use. It's called how we assess, diagnose, plan, implement, and evaluate. And that's the kind of thing that I would bring to Ward 5, to the city of as a nurse. That is one of the things that I have found rewarding in my vocation. I do not see that stopping if I was lucky enough to become the representative from Ward 5.
And then you would resolve issues of disagreement with constituents how?
Well, it depends on if they're persuadable or not. Look, I'm a husband and a father. Sometimes I shut off the Wi-Fi on the kids. That is something they do not like. That they have to do their homework or they have to other things that they need to do. So sometimes there's difficult things that need to be done. If someone is persuadable, then I could try to persuade them. If they are not persuadable and they need to vent, I've been a supervisor and on a very active floor of the hospital. If they're not persuadable, then you just kind of let them vent. But if they are persuadable, then I can walk them through my decision. The decisions don't come willy-nilly. They don't come just at a whim. So, but I understand, and I gotta stop.
These candidates probably feel like they've been up here for like 4 or 5 hours. They haven't, but we are nearing the end of our time that we've asked them to give us. Do you have questions from the audience? And there's a microphone right there. So use that mid-aisle microphone, and we've got 4 or 5 minutes for questions. I think that would be best to do that because that probably is tapped into our streaming.
I just want to piggyback on Mr. Bush's last response and maybe get all of you to respond. Are you in fact persuadable? Oftentimes a council vote and then learn more information after the vote and the issue will come up again a year or two down the road. Are you persuadable and can you change your position based on new information?
That question. We'll start with Don Waterman on this one.
Answer is yes. I have changed my position on things given additional information. The issue, one of the things that talking about, or was an issue with the Fifth Ward, was several years ago, there was some talk about a new transmission line, above ground transmission line that was tabled, and I had forgotten about it until somebody mentioned it a short time ago. Had the opportunity to talk with Matt Pitzer, the incumbent, and we discussed it, and I asked him about it, and he said basically that they went back, they looked, and they found some other options without having to put in the transmission line, but to provide the power. I think that's great. That's one of the things that I want to try and do when I'm with the council is, yes, I like consensus if we can get it. If we can agree to disagree, okay, that may happen. But I like consensus. And to answer your question simply, yes, I can change my mind when I have provided additional good information.
Greg Bush, the question is, are you persuadable?
I am persuadable. There are a handful of things that I can be persuaded on. Some things I cannot. There are places in the state and in the country that don't like the kind of marriage that my wife and I have because she is not white and I am. I will not be persuaded on things of civil rights. On transmission lines, I can gain new information and I can be persuaded. But let's be clear about what it is somebody's trying to persuade me to do.
Nick Canoth, how about you?
Absolutely. This might surprise people, but I am not an expert in all things. At the Realtors Forum, I am not a realtor, and I do not have that expertise. And once again, going back to my point of having everyone at the table, this city's filled, whether it's the Board of Commissions or otherwise, with people who are experts on topics, and it's important to listen to them, and if nothing else, to learn, because the world and information is ever changing. And I do want to take this opportunity to say, I thought about this about the last follow-up question. I think just as important as communicating your reasoning for something or being willing to change your mind is being willing to take responsibility when you made a mistake and maybe made a bad vote. There's no elected representative, local, state, or federal, who at some point probably hasn't done that. And I think it's important to take responsibility because not only is that the right thing to do, but I think it proves to the point that that's good government. We all are human and make mistakes. And if more people, especially in our elected offices, would admit when that occurred, we'd all be better off for it.
Other question from the crowd here to step up to the microphone, and we'll start with Greg Bush on answering this next question.
Yes, I'd like to ask a question about accessibility so that members who live in the community can be able to contact their city council reps. Now, of course, there's an email address which will be assigned if you get elected, so you can always email a person. But beyond that, do you have any intentions of perhaps running office hours on a regular basis so that people can meet with you face to face and so that you can get input? Because some city council members do run office hours and other city council members do not run office hours. Are you willing to do that?
Greg Bush, you get first on this one.
Yes, absolutely. Being able to have an accessibility, sure. I'd like to know when those are, and I'd like to publish them in advance for people to make sure that they can look. If I'm representing you, I don't know if you're Ward 5 or Ward, maybe you're any of you, but
you don't have to answer that.
But absolutely, and you're right. Not everybody has the same ability to use a computer. Not everybody has the same ability to use the telephone in the same way. Then not everybody can go up and downstairs easily. So those kinds of things, let's be mindful of the kind of barriers we erect around ourselves to make sure that we can still be a representative and a voice of the people.
Right, and I probably should clarify a little bit about office hours. The ones that do offer office hours usually have them like after the city council agenda has come out, which is generally, it should be out on the Thursday before the council meeting, and then it's council Monday after that. So it's in that in-between time, usually on the weekend in between when people are off work. Then they can come at like a coffee shop or something like that and meet face to face and talk about those items that might be on the city council agenda then. Because one of the problems that happens at city council meetings is when they get to public comment, you're limited to only 3 minutes. And that can get kind of tough if you have quite a bit of information to be able to provide to your council members, and it's hard to put all of that in a massive email, right?
All right.
That's what I'm getting at with the questions.
Nick, accessibility as a council person to your constituents.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's incumbent upon council members to be predictably available, whether it's having office hours, which I will absolutely regularly, and in person as well as online, because in my opinion, advocating and representing our community can not only take place online or via Zoom. You need to be present and available, not only predictably in terms of office hours, events and things happening in your ward. And one of the ideas I've had that I would like to see if I am fortunate to be elected is to have periodic and reoccurring town halls, so to speak, within my ward that change locations so I can reach different pockets of the community.
Waterman, same, please.
Oh, I think it's absolutely imperative that you have the office hours or means of being in the community, in the ward, so that you can meet face to face with your constituents. An idea that I've got, I simply call it 5 for the 5th, is maybe one Saturday a month, maybe after the agenda is published and before the next council meeting, coffee shop or 2 that I maybe rotate around. And 9 to noon, I'm going to be at such and such, and come see me, and be there, 3rd Saturday of every month or whatever it is. But just regular place where people can come. They know I'm going to be there. Come see me, come talk to me, tell me what we're doing good, tell me what we're not doing good, tell me your concerns, tell me the name of your favorite pothole, whatever it might be.
Before we go to another question, it came to me as I was hearing the answers to this, and I'm not a candidate, nor will I probably ever be a candidate, but candidates go door to door in their campaign. How about after getting elected, going door to door to ask? Because I know I had a council person that had regular meetings at a coffee shop. I never went, but it would have been interesting to have had that person. Sorry, I don't mean to add more work, but if you really want to reach out to people, and I'm not saying just these candidates, I think going door to door after an election is as important as going door to door before an election, but that's just my own personal thought. All right, we'll do, I think, 2 more questions here.
So thank you all for running. You've taken on a lot. There's so many issues being a council person, the environment, safety issues, dealing with the state responding to Columbia. But here's an issue that came to my attention recently, and I feel like the city could have a role in this. We had a Christmas parade in Columbia, and because of COVID, maybe this was the first one we've had in a while, or the second one. KOPN had a parade the year before. It was called a holiday parade. But this year we had a Christmas parade because the people that put it on wanted a Christmas parade. But as a person who is not Christian, I love Christmas, but I think I'm a lot more comfortable with our community having a holiday parade. And I think this is something the City Parks and Recs Department could possibly look into sponsoring. In years past, we sponsored a ton of things, Thursday nights downtown, many, many things, but maybe there's a role for the city in something like this. So I was just going to put that bug in your ear.
Interesting question that has to do with a bigger part of that is inclusivity, I believe. And so that is an interesting question tied to the Christmas parade. Nick, come first on this.
First of all, I'm always in favor of more parades. You can't have them and love walking in them and definitely not throwing candy at kids. You're not supposed to do that, but we all do. I think it's a great idea if the city Parks and Rec and this Park and Recreation Commission, that this would be a great place to start that conversation. But in terms of, the private events that have occurred in terms of things, the Salvation Army hosted it this past time, and then the one with Scorpion, any item that's any event that's private, folks are free to label it as they please. But in terms of what the city does, especially if the city is the main sponsor of it, as being recommended, I think it's important to be as inclusive as possible, keeping in mind the fact that during the holiday season, there are a wide variety of holidays occurring, and we can all come out to celebrate all those holidays. So if the city does it, I think there's a good point to be made for it being a holiday parade in terms of being as inclusive as possible.
Don Waterman, the same question.
No, I think community activities, citywide activities like that, I think are a great thing. As far as naming it, I like the idea of maybe a suggestion, maybe a rotating basis. Maybe this year we call it a holiday parade. Next year we call it a Christmas parade. Maybe the year after that, a Kwanzaa parade. Maybe a Hanukkah parade after that. And I'm sure there's another one in there that I've forgotten or don't know about. You know, that's one way. And again, to the point about inclusivity, to simply call it a holiday parade every year, then are we excluding the people that prefer Christmas, the term Christmas, rather than simply holiday? You know, there is a significant number of churches in our town, and they're going to, I think, would prefer to hear it referred to as, you know, the Christmas. But again, to be inclusive, maybe we rotate, okay? And I understand some people are adamantly against Christmas. They're using the term Christmas, I should say. And I understand that. So there's a solution in there, or maybe multiple parades.
Greg Bush.
Christmas is a holiday, and if we're going to have a parade and you want to be a part of a parade, you shouldn't be excluded. Arrow naming. So I don't believe in a rotation. I believe in a holiday parade to make sure that anyone who comes out can come out, celebrate for a holiday, and be a part of the community together in the community. Particularly if it's sponsored by the city with public dollars. Nobody should be excluded.
All right, Mike.
Thanks all for coming. So homelessness is probably the biggest humanity policymakers right now. And we've mainly been focusing on centralizing our solution to it with this new opportunity center. In the interim, however, and I think this is probably going to be, it's just going to continue, you have a more diffuse group of homeless people around the city. And particularly in the first ward, we're seeing some fallout from this that isn't just about neighborly intrusion, it's real physical issues. For one, a rise in blatant flat out trespassing on private residential property. This isn't business property, it's residential. Two, a rise of door-to-door foot traffic, hard narcotic sales, methamphetamine, fentanyl, I mean, you name it, it's out there. The third thing is squatting in private properties. Real estate agents have to deal with this with listings. Property managers and housing providers who provide rentals have to deal with it between vacancies. People move out. You're now fearing squatters moving in. And the fourth thing is a weird new phenomenon that you can actually see. I'll tell you where to look at this. It's what I call the pop-up landfill, where a homeless encampment will vacate and they will leave a tremendous amount of trash, whether it's in a home they've squatted in or whether it's on public property where they've actually been camping. And you can see one of these on the railroad tracks going across, I think it's Wilkes Boulevard, go across College, go across those railroad tracks that head to Paris Road, and look over to your right, and you'll see. And the city has posted this to get it cleaned up. Because the city contracts with homelessness service providers, what kinds of things could the city do? And there are contracts with, you know, churches and AAA Change, et cetera, where they work directly with these populations. What can we do to come in after this kind of fallout and get it cleaned up and really prevent what health crisis if we don't take care of it? And those four things are just really some examples. But what do we do about the fallout that's more diffuse and not as centralized as, say, this opportunity center we're talking about? Does any of that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Don Waterman, you get first crack at this. Sorry.
all tough issues. And I don't know that there is a simple solution. Some of it may be as far as the cleanup goes, and when you say the fallout, I'm assuming I'm taking it that you're talking about primarily the cleanup afterwards.
Well, the ongoing,
About, squatters,
Okay.
drug, taking
The
up
issue as a
vacant.
whole, the issue as a whole, okay. Squatting, again, if it's private property, then I think that is a criminal matter and the individuals need to be handled appropriately. The cleanup afterwards, whether it's the city, the contract, volunteers, variety of issues there. But I think when we're talking, door to door, if you're talking about the drug trafficking, again, a criminal issue. Okay. And it kind of goes back to, do we need more? Is that a reason where we need more police? But I'm going to say it's a criminal issue and that's how it should be dealt with.
Greg Bush.
So part of what I think you're asking is a little bit about absentee ownership, right? There's private property, there is no owners around.
No,
That's not what you're talking about. Okay. Okay.
This is about actively owned properties where they're vacant in the interim, or when you have a place that is vacant, where you have an owner who lives in town and monitors, especially a retired person who may be leaving it vacant because they want to renovate it or something, and squatters move in and the damage then compounds. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because the city contracts with service providers in the homeless community, both for public and private property. And I'm wanting to know if there's some innovative ways that we can help private property owners as well as our public properties that are now also suffering from this sort of, pop-up landfill syndrome and on-site drug abuse.
So there you go.
Okay. I don't think we should criminalize poverty. I don't think we should criminalize desperation. And we definitely should not be criminalizing addiction. All of those things are public health and public safety issues. So there's a lot to unpack there in a forum where you get 30 seconds to respond. After the fact, like the same thing kind of happens after, football games. There's a lot of detritus afterwards. And what happens, the fraternities and other people come around and perform community service along those things. So I'm not necessarily familiar with exactly what you're talking about. I mean, you kind of gave the geography, but I don't believe that addiction is a criminal justice issue. I don't believe that. It's a public health issue.
Nick Canoth, your thoughts on this tough subject?
Yeah, it's definitely an unfortunate issue. But I do agree with Greg that criminalizing a lot of those acts is not going to solve anything. It might solve it in that moment, so to speak, in terms of removing the individual or the vagrancy or whatever it may be. But I think it would behoove us to invest more in supplementary services to our police department and our fire. We have community service aides that, to me, this sounds like a wonderful thing for them to help address, whether it's to help with somebody squatting or things of that nature. But criminalizing is only compounding the issue and, frankly, wasting very valuable public safety resources that are already stretched and shouldn't, we shouldn't stretch anymore.
My guess this issue will continue to come up at forums. Did you have a question? Is it really brief? Because if not, we're going to pull the plug.
Okay, I'll make it super brief. I was really surprised to have boards and commissions, that question come up at all. And talking about getting qualified members. Well, having been on a board and commissions, I can tell you don't keep qualified members because the city does not listen to them. And all the work that gets put in is just ignored. You talked about stipends. How much is free parking when you're serving the city? Would you be willing to push the city to listen to those experts that are volunteering their time? And how far would you be willing to push them?
Yeah, it makes it go back to something that I think was to kind of make it worth the while, make it something that is seen as valuable to serve on these commissions. Let's see whose turn it is to go first. I believe It is Nick.
Yeah, I think someone answered this question earlier. It is an issue, and we need to listen. And what's the point of appointing and recruiting these experts or caring citizens on these topics if we're not going to take them seriously when they provide the feedback that they are by statute of their commission expected to get? As somebody who's served on over half dozen of these commissions, I can feel the pain of the free parking comment. But it is the little things, but it's also the big thing of utilizing these commissions, and in terms of where that line is drawn. I think you have to balance the feedback you get from commission and board members with the feedback you get from city staff, with the feedback that you get from your average citizen, whether that be someone in your support or perhaps outside expertise on whatever the subject is. It's a balance at the end of the day.
Don Waterman, we place value on what commission and board members tell the council.
No, absolutely. I mean, that's probably the reason the board or commission was established in the first place. Some of it by statute. So yes, I think they absolutely should be considering it. And if it's become a habit that it's automatically dismissed, then no, I don't think that's appropriate. I think it should be listened to, and certainly put on the plate or put in the pot or however you want to when you're gathering information to make a decision. Some of them, because of the expertise that is required for the board or commission, then yeah, that should probably carry the most weight.
Greg Bush, your last on this.
Yes, not all council is the same, right? There are people who teach, or we trust our physicians, we trust our surgeons, we trust this. So when a council or when a board and commission is making a recommendation based upon what they think is the best issue, that should carry more weight with a counselor. And I also hear about the frustration of making recommendations and then just being irrelevant, being deemed irrelevant after all of the work that you do. So I'm sorry that happened to you. I'm sure Nick said you're not the only one to feel that way, and I'll yield back my time.
You've got time now because I'm coming right back to you. A final comment of anything you'd like to say to wrap up your presentation tonight in 60 seconds or less.
60 seconds or less. Thank you all for having us. At the opening, I shared a little bit of my CV. Now I want to tell you why I'm running. 3 things that are most important to me are public safety, affordable housing, and workforce development. Columbia is a unique gem, and there are people who would want Columbia to look like everywhere else in the state. I think Columbia can be better than some of the other places in the state. There's not everywhere, like I said before, is a place where my wife and I could live our lives like this. I believe in Columbia values. The city council just reaffirmed what community means, and I read those things again, and I had it bookmarked because I believe in the promise of Columbia. I believe in the community of Columbia, and I believe in a local, resilient economy. And I hope that I earn a vote for all of Ward 5 as much as I can, and I hope that I'm worthy of somebody coming out of their house and voting for me on April 4th.
Donald Waterman, please.
Thank you, David, and the Columbia Board of Realtors, and to all of you for sticking around. So thank you for the questions. I'm running because I want to see Columbia continue to grow, develop. When I came here 20 years ago, it's a vibrant city. And I think that there have been some hiccups, but I think it still is a vibrant city. I think every city has places and things that we can do better, and some things we do well. So continue to do the things we do well, and let's take a look at the things that we can do better. And yes, April 4th, regardless of who you vote for, get out and vote.
And finally, Nick Canoli.
I'll echo the thanks for the board realtors and David for coming out of retirement for one more night. The challenges facing the first ward, our neighborhoods, and the community at large are complicated. We're never going to make progress on them, however, unless we work together. specifically across ideological and socioeconomic divides that are inherent in our community as they are in any other. There is enough obstructionism and failure to address issues at the national level. Let's not permit that on city council. While there is no shortage of issues that need to be addressed, the top issues that I am focusing on, given what I've heard from those in the first ward as I've gone door to door, are ensuring equitable access to our resources and opportunities, improving our sidewalks and the safety of our cyclists and pedestrians, investing in critical sewer and wastewater projects, specifically in the first ward, expanding and evolving the resources available to our unsheltered and at-risk populations, and addressing the affordable housing shortage. Several of these topics I was happy to hear us discuss this tonight. I want to say and really stress this, that I am not running or speaking about these topics to give lip service in the hopes of something else. I am running because I love Columbia. I love the first ward. It's where my wife and I have chosen to live and chosen to be a part of. And as somebody, again, who came from a rather impoverished background, I am very conscious of the success that I have experienced and why I have experienced it. And government played no small part in that. As I tell people, rather than viewing it as a bootstrapping, rather, I am the product of government support. Everything from free meals at school and public education to federal grants that provided my higher education opportunities. And so government is impactful. It can do great things, and I believe that very firmly. And that is why I'm running for the first ward city council seat.
This is a good initial opportunity to get to learn about these candidates. There will be more. I hope that you will tell other people to get involved in the situations that will come up where we vote for people who have a direct impact on the life that we have around us here in this community. Greg Bush, Donald Waterman, Ward 5, Nick Knoth, Pat Fowler, who's not here at Ward 1, will be on the April 4th ballot. Board of Realtors, thank you so much for traditionally kicking off our forum season with this opportunity. And thank all of you who were here, who participated tonight, and those of you who are watching the remote opportunities. Thank you and good night.